Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Joins the Ninjago Team movie. Before we start, please go support Roval80 for writing that awesome fanfic. In this AU, Izuku Midorya was chosen to be All Might's successor. During his 6th month of training, as Izuku walked back from home school, he noticed a group of people jumping from building to building. Thinking they were villains, Izuku followed them into a dark alley only for him to find out the group of people were people around his age and were ninjas. Pilot, an encounter gone wrong. Planet Earth, birthplace of the human race, where about 80% of population are given mysterious powers called a Quirk. In this vast world there is a boy, and that boy is Izuku Midorya, and his dream is to be a hero. He only had one problem. With 80% of the population being born with these powers, the remaining 20% were born with no powers and were deemed Quirkless. Unfortunately, Izuku was unlucky enough to be born with the remaining 20%. Because of that, Izuku had suffered about his whole life starting from 4 years old. All of Izuku's school life, the poor boy was bullied for just being Quirkless. No one bullied him more than his former childhood friend and now tormentor, Katsuki Bakugo, who made Izuku's life a living hell. Katsuki bullied Izuku so much that the boy's psychological worse. Bakugo also nicknamed Izuku the name Deku, which means useless, weak, defenseless, and other bad things. But you know what they say, where there is darkness, there will always be light. Even when he was knocked down or got beaten up, Izuku always got back up and never gave his dream of being a hero. Why? The most obvious reason being, and I think all of you MA fans know, the current #1 hero of Japan, All Might. For as long as Izuku can remember, he's been a fan of All Might for his whole life. Izuku is such a fan that he watches All Might's debut video about how he saved about 100 people in less than 10 minutes. You could say that Izuku was All Might's #1 fan. The other reason being that he was never unhappy when he was with his family, with the parents being Inko and Hisashi Midorya. Even though their son was born Quirkless, Izuku's parents always supported him and his dream of being a hero, especially his dad. If Hisashi was a hero, he would be Izuku's #1 hero/fan pretty easily. That was until a tragedy that would change the Midorya family forever. Hisashi Midorya's death as the cause of a building collapse. Because of Hisashi's death, it affected the Midorya family. The one who was most effective was Izuku. It was very hard and painful for him to process. But that still didn't mean Izuku was giving up his dream and decided to not cry, because that's not what his dad wouldn't want. Since then, sometimes Izuku would exercise at the house. Sure, it was hard at first, but he got some muscle out of it. But little did Izuku know, once he was 14 years old, his life would change for the better, but also for the worse. After finishing another at his hell, Izuku calls school, receiving advice to kill himself by Bakugo, meeting All Might after saving him from a sludge villain who tried to kill our poor protagonist, and being scolded by a bunch of pro-heroes. At the end of the day, Izuku was blessed. All Might, who said earlier that Izuku couldn't be a hero without a quirk, saw that same boy spring into action to save Bakugo and regretted for what he had said. A few minutes later, as the hero found the protagonist, he said with the following phrases: "Young man, you too can become a hero." That one sentence made Izuku's heart rejoice, and made the boy burst into tears of happiness. That's because the only other person that told Izuku he could be a hero was his father, and now seeing his own idol saying those exact same words made the boy very happy. And it was from that day on, All Might/Toshinori Yagi chose Izuku Midorya as his successor for his quirk. But in order for Izuku to inherit the quirk, he would have to go through 10 months of training to pass one for all onto him. All of this happened before the entrance exam for UA High, the hero school that Izuku Midorya wanted to apply to. Little did Izuku and the rest of the world knew that this wasn't the icing on the cake. You see, in this world, there are also 5 ninjas who have faced evil before, but this type of evil had no intentions with the world. This evil would soon come to Japan, and these 5 ninjas came to stop that evil before it was too late. Now back to our protagonist. It's been about 6 months since Izuku started his hellish training. I mean, he did have to clean an entire beach which was full of garbage. It would have been worse if Izuku was the way he used to be, well, skinny. But because of the training he did back home and with All Might, the training was less terrible than it would have been. But still, on one hand it made Izuku tired, on the other hand, it was good, mostly because his physique was very much better compared to 6 months ago. Anyway, the sun was shining in Mizutafu. To be specific, it was 3:15. Izuku had just left Aldera Middle School. Inko insisted on picking him up since she was worried about him very much, but Izuku insisted, telling her that it would do him good to walk some more. It was partially true. Izuku really wanted to do this because he wanted to some more feet and leg exercises and see how much he's improved. Izuku, wow. I can't believe. Usually Kaken and his friends try to find me after school so they can beat me up and saying how I'll never be a hero. Izuku just ignored it and continued to walk home. Izuku, it's been about 6 months since All Might chose me as his successor. But still, to able to wield All Might's power, if I'm gonna wield All Might's quirk, I have to improve my physique and more. I understand it, but I didn't think this workout was going to be this hard and painful. Well, on the bright side, it's showing positive results. I've gotten a little stronger than before, still though, I have to improve if I want to be a hero. So that I'll be able to save people with a smile on my face, just like All Might's, and just like Izuku stopped walking as suddenly remembered a person just like you, Dad. Izuku then grew a sad smile on his face. Even though it had been 8 years since his father's death, it still messed with him pretty good. But Izuku didn't let that shake him easily. He then got a determined face as he clenched his right fist while looking at it. Izuku, I'm gonna make it, the boy said with a smile. As Izuku continued to walk, he saw something just out of the corner of his eye that was suspicious. He saw what appeared to be a shadowy figure of a person on top of a roof. Izuku, what's that guy doing? Izuku slowing and quickly hid behind a trash bin nearby. As the figure was analyzing his surroundings, completely missing the boy, he then turned the other way and gave some sort signal. Izuku was confused by this at first but soon realized that something else came out of the shadows. Izuku now saw not 1, not 2, but 4 people on the rooftop. The boy was not only shocked but also intrigued, mostly because these people were able to sneak into the shadows in broad daylight. When the first man pointed somewhere in the city and soon ran, the other 4 people ran as well, jumping from building to building. Izuku, what was that? Who were those people? Is it some kind of mini convention or something else? No, wait. If it was, why would they leave so fast? Are they villains? I'd better take a closer look. Izuku ran behind the shadow people who were jumping from each building to the next for a few minutes. Eventually, Izuku unfortunately lost the shadow people due to him stopping and taking a deep breath. Izuku, damn it, deep breath lost them. Izuku was taking deep breaths when he saw another group of people, this time looking like smugglers as they went inside an alley. Izuku was choosing either to try to find the shadow people again, or to go in the dark creepy alley, and in the most silent way possible, the boy entered the alley. Izuku, I'll find those shadow people later. Izuku knew doing this would be very risky. If those people in the alley were actual villains and caught Izuku, what could he do? And if they weren't, then how would he know? Izuku just wanted to be sure, especially this neighborhood since he and his mother live close by. Izuku went deeper into the alley, but in order not to be seen and risk making a single sound, the boy hid and leaned against the corner of a garbage dump and popped his head out to see what these people were up to. He saw that group of people carrying some boxes and putting them in the back of a truck. But one of the people couldn't find the balance to hold the box and dropped, letting Izuku see what was in the box. It appeared to be boxes of grayish-black block, with yellow cracks on them. Izuku, what is that? His attention was stolen by a groan of pain. Izuku saw that the box fell on top of one of the smuggler's foot. The smuggler in question had a rugged appearance. His jeans were ripped and his yellow shirt looked moldy and smelly. And his face. There was something very off about the man's face. A large bag of messy wavy hair, bags under of his eyes with set eyes having an uncanny and animalistic expression, and stubble facial hair. This was Tengu. Tengu. Ah, Buck! Even though Izuku had heard such vulgar words before, he still flinched back. That's it. Why do we have to waste our time with this nonsense? While whispering to himself, Izuku compared him with Kaken. Both characters appeared to have anger issues. Although for this guy, it looked like he was one bad day away from just bursting into flames. You know why, Tengu? A sudden voice coming from the truck, making Izuku and Tengu jump, followed by a growl of annoyance. The voice soon came out, showing a more taller and cleaner man than Tengu. His face was concealed in a black ski mask, his eyes holding a sharp and serious expression. He wore a black shirt with a jacket and camel baggy pants with boots. This was Akuma. Tengu. Ugh, Akuma, he whispered bitterly. Akuma. You know what we must do, Tengu. Tengu. What is the point of all of this, Akuma? It's been almost a year. An entire year. And we still haven't gotten to meet the Crystal King or All for All. Akuma. All for one, he dejectedly corrected. Tengu. Whatever. The point is that we're being treated like dogs, we're above that. Above every one of those disgusting creatures. He pointed to the truck. Akuma looked unimpressed, and Izuku looked confused. Izuku, Crystal King? All for one? Are those villains? Tengu. I swear, the both of those groups. That damn council and league of villains. Neither of them have revealed any of their leaders. Either they're too afraid to show themselves, or there are no leaders and we have been wasting our time working for nut jobs and should just tear them apart and eat their insides while they're still alive. Tengu's voice was beginning to change into a more animalistic and demonic tone. The iris of his eye was strangely dimming with a purple tinge. Izuku was scared stiff by the man's outraging banter. He wanted to just sneak away and run to call for help, but the energy Tengu was giving it was nothing like Kaken's energy. With Tengu in his raging monologue, he was immediately slapped in the face by Akuma. Tengu then hissed at him like some sort of mutated animal, only to receive a right hook on his left eye. Akuma immediately grabbed the collar of Tengu's shirt in a firm grip. Akuma, get a hold of yourself, and shut up, you damn animal! He silently yelled at his partner. Izuku recoiled when Akuma slapped his partner and covered his mouth to keep any noise out of his mouth. Akuma looked around to see if anyone had seen or heard them. Seeing as if no one responded, Akuma returned his attention to Tengu. Akuma. Yes. I am aware that you do not enjoy this slave labor, as you describe it. You may be surprised, but I also do not enjoy this. I am only tolerating this because Master had sent us to find the similar evil from afar, that being the Crystal King. And this is the closest we have ever gotten to meet this similar evil, let alone actually smell it ourselves. So unless you prefer to go back to our master empty-handed with no knowledge of said evil, you can have fun being mutually executed. With that last sentence, Akuma's mask ripped open a bit, revealing black horns and his eyes a dimmed purple scara. Izuku's face became pale. His fingers trembling, his lips quivering in fear. He needed to get out of here before he was too late. But his body, it wouldn't let him move. Izuku executed? What kind of person are these guys working for? Akuma took a deep breath and a long sigh. The scara of his eyes reverting back to white, the tiny horns on his head falling back down, his hands now free of Tengu's collar. Akuma. Look. All we have to do is to continue to this a few more times, show everyone that we're valuable assets, and then convince them for us to meet the Crystal King. Then we'll kill everyone who's treated us like trash, go back home and tell Master of the information we gained. That's all. Now are you with me or not? Tengu's face scrunched up in annoyance. He may have been what others would consider a brute, but even he was smart enough to know that Akuma was right. Tengu. Fine. But I'm only doing this for Master. Hey! What's taking so long back there? A door could be heard opening and closing, gaining everyone's attention. Akuma and Tengu were unamused, and Izuku was perplexed. The culprit of the voice was a sort of man/cyborg, with some kind of robotic eye patch over his left eye with a top hat. He had a robot arm on his left side, and he wore a red trench coat underneath. You could see he had a bunch of robotic parts on him. He had a piece of facial hair on each side of his mouth. This held a serious face showing golden teeth. This man was known as the Mechanic. Mechanic, what's going on here? Why aren't these boxes placed inside? Akuma. I apologize, sir. But it appears the box had been in contact with my brother's foot. The cyborg held a deadpan look for 5 seconds before he busted laughing. Akuma simply rolled his eyes, and Tengu's eye was twitching vigorously. Mechanic. Oh man. That was good. I knew there was a reason why I hired you. He finished his laughing session. Okay, I'm going to let this slide once since you guys just made my day. Just put the box inside. Without another word, the duo carried the box into the cargo, closing the sliding door. Mechanic. All right. Let's ship out. Izuku, ship out. Are they leaving? I have to call someone. No, wait, what if they find me by the time someone comes? I should just go and tell a hero something. But then they'll probably think I'm crazy or pulling a prank. Just do something, body. His head sweating, Izuku collided his fist with his head. As they were about to leave, Tengu and took a deep breath in his nose and let out an aggressive sigh. Slowly his body stopped moving and his slowly widened. Shivers were crawling down his spine. The mechanic took notice of Tengu as he was about to take the wheel. Mechanic, what the hell? Why is he standing there like a deer in front of headlights? Hey, Illuma! Akuma. It's Akuma, he annoyingly corrected. Mechanic. Doesn't matter. What's up with him? He pointed to Tengu. Akuma turned to his brother and raised his eyebrows. Looking as Tengu was in a sudden trance, Akuma walked up and aggressively tapped Tengu, snapping him out of his trance. Akuma. What was that? Connect, click. Akuma. What? Tengu. Sniff. He answered as if it was a demand. Akuma didn't see the point of trying to argue, so he took a long sniff at the air. Immediately, his pupils became dilated, and his mouth was beginning to water. Mechanic. What the he did you two take something? Akuma. No, something far more better than that poison. He sniffed one more time for confirmation. Yes, the smell of fear. Tengu. And buckets of it too. He licked his lips in hunger. Izuku's entire body froze stiff. He placed his trembling hand on his chest, realizing that his heart was beating in a rapid pace. Balls of sweat running down his head, limbs shaking, Izuku didn't know what to do in this situation. Izuku, it's me, it's my fear they smell. Tengu. Someone is here watching us. Mechanic. What? Who? He was quickly shushed by Akuma. Tengu lead first. His nose leading him to the scent. Oh, how his mouth watered in anticipation. His nose slowly led to a dumpster. Tengu. Ooh, that's good. He smiled wickedly, and his pupils dilated. Izuku wanted to just run, but his fear was too much, that he felt as if he was completely paralyzed of fear. Izuku was sure he was going to get caught and killed. That was until... Hey! Insert soundtrack, revealing the Green Ninja J. Vincent and Michael Kramer, start, 148. On the top of a next-door building, 4 silhouettes could be seen. Izuku quickly realized who they were. Izuku, it's them, those shadow people from earlier. One of the silhouettes was a man with a black and red outfit. He wore a mask so that no one could see what he'd look like. In addition, he had a sword wielding on his back. He also had black shoulder panels for armor. His name was Kai Smith. The other man wore the same outfit, but only the red was now in blue. He also had a pair of nunchucks. His name was Jay Walker. The third person was wearing just like the first two, the exact same outfit but in white. This person wielded a pair of throwing stars/shurikens. His name was Zane Julian. The fourth person was wearing the same outfit as the other three but with a grayish-black color. This person was holding a scythe in his arms. In his mask, you could also see that he has very bushy eyebrows. His name was Cole Brookstone. Izuku, who are they? Izuku already knew they were the shadow people from earlier, but he still couldn't tell who they really were. But something in his gut told him that they weren't a threat to him. Mechanic. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, not them again, ugh. What are you just standing around for? Get them! He ran back inside the truck. Tengu. Finally! Some action! His clenched his fist, which then turned purple. Akuma simply rolled his eyes in annoyance and formed a purple sword. The ninja jumped off the building and landed on the ground. And with that, both groups ran towards each other. Jay jumped up and kicked Tengu in the face. Immediately, Tengu aimed a charged punch towards the blue ninja. In a second, Jay charged his fist with blue electricity and collided their fists with one another. Jay! Ninjago! Jay began to spin. Tiny blue particles appeared around him. A blue little tornado appeared right below and consumed him. The tornado moved slowly toward Tengu, who snarled at the brightly colored tornado. This was Spinjitsu. Tengu. Ugh, disgusting! His body charged with purple electricity and energy. Tengu let out an animalistic cry and charged towards the tornado. His strength surpassing Jay, slamming the blue ninja into the concrete wall. Cole. Jay! Tengu. Huh! His face then met with a clenched fist, pushing him onto the floor. Cole helped Jay out and pulled him back up. Tengu felt something move inside his mouth. Spitting it out, it was shown to be a tooth. You'll die for that, you brat! He attempted to lunge towards both ninjas, but was quickly incapacitated by a sudden tornado. It was earthy brown, with the bottom resembling lava. Tengu stepped back from the brightly colored tornado. Jay then slammed his nunchucks into Tengu's knee, making him scream in pain. Once the tornado vanished, Cole grabbed Tengu's collar and threw him into the concrete wall. Both the black and blue ninja then fist bumped each other. Kai and Zane were dodging with not that much difficulty, as well as deflecting Akuma's attacks with their weapons. Akuma. Just give up, children. You're only delaying the inevitable. Kai. The only thing that will be delaying are your plans. Ninjago. He began to spin, sparky particles flowing around Kai. His body was then engulfed in a mini fiery tornado. Akuma covered his eyes at the sparky tornado. Seeing it as a distraction, Zane threw a throwing star at Akuma's hand, causing him to drop his weapon and vanish. Zane heard the truck starting. There wasn't a way they could follow the truck without being seen. Plus, the ninja were still busy dealing with the two smugglers. But since Zane was incredibly intelligent, he threw a tracker that looked like a shuriken behind the vehicle, causing it to stick to the back of the truck. Akuma's eye spotted the white ninja, with his back turned to him. Seeing it as an advantage, Akuma charged up his right forearm and slammed it into the tornado. Kai fell from the impact. In an instant, Akuma formed a dagger and sprinted towards Zane. Izuku. Hey, look out behind you! Zane. Huh! Zane could have sworn he heard another voice that wasn't his friend's voice, telling him to watch out behind him. However, in Zane's eyes you could see a blue see-through screen with two signs containing a red caution sign and a U-turn sign. Out of nowhere, smoke bombs appeared in Zane's and threw them into the ground, blinding Akuma. Akuma. Where are you? He tried to blow the smoke away, but it was too much. Zane. Ninjago. From behind Akuma, he was ambushed by a frosted tornado pushing him into the wall. As he was about to get up, Akuma's body was covered in thick ice. In front of him was Zane with his hands slightly covered in frost. Zane. Stay. Akuma snarled at that remark as Zane went to help his brothers. Suddenly, however, Zane's body was repelled into the floor. On top of him was Tengu, with tiny amounts of blood running down his mouth and a small purple charged knife. Tengu. Let's see how you feel to be torn apart, he said as he raised his knife. Only for a fireball to make impact on his back, and shoved into the ground by Cole. Tengu tried to get back up, but Cole grabbed his leg and threw him into the wall, right next to Akuma. Cole. Going somewhere? He said as everyone's weapons were pointed at the two smugglers. Izuku, wow, they're amazing, he said with a look of both amazement and shock as he saw the four ninja gathering to the last smuggler, who happened to be the rookie smuggler. End of soundtrack. Akuma. Pinned to the wall by a group of children, this is just embarrassing, he groaned in annoyance. Cole. Listen and listen good. If you don't want anything bad to happen to you, then tell us what we want to know. Tengu. Like we'll tell you anything, you brats. He laughed confidently. Cole. Really? 'Cause it looks like you don't really have a choice. Kai, tell us. Where's the Overlord? Where's he hiding? What's in that truck? And why is he and the Crystal Council here? Akuma began to chuckle, confusing the ninja. His mouth pulled upward, into a confident smile. Akuma. Oh, children. It's not just the Overlord or the Crystal Council that you need to worry about. Zane. What are you talking about? Akuma. There's someone coming. Someone far more powerful than you have ever seen in your lifetimes. Not even you or any of those heroes here can stop them. Cole. Who are they? When are they coming? Tengu. Oh please, where's the fun in just telling you when you can just look for clues? Akuma. My brother is right for once. Now heath thy warning, ninja, you better prepare for what's coming. For the day of judgment will be upon this realm first. His palm charged with purple electricity and slammed it into the ground, making dust appear. The ninja, now blinded by the dust, covered their eyes. Cole. Ninjago. The black ninja used Spinjitsu to make the dust disappear. Soon, the dust settled and the two smugglers had vanished. Kai. Well, where'd they go? He turned his head around to look for any signs of them. Zane. I don't think that's who we should be cautious of right now. Cole. Zane's right. From what that guy said, someone possibly even more powerful is coming. Zane. I did attach a tracker on the truck before it left. Perhaps I could find the location once we get back to the bounty. As Kai, Zane, and Cole were talking, Jay spotted something move around the corner of his eye. Turning around, his face paled as a ghost. Jay. Guys. The blue ninja tried to get his friend's attention, but... Kai. Alright then. Zane tracks the truck's location, we go to said location, and we defeat them all. Jay, guys. Cole. Kai, be smart about this. What if they want us to follow them and it turns out to be a trap? Zane. Cole is correct. We should be extremely careful if we run into any of them. We could even possibly run into the Overlord himself. Jay, guys, he raised his voice a bit more, but... Kai. Okay, fine. Stealth first, and then we kick butt. Zane. That is if we don't get caught, alert the heroes and don't draw attention to ourselves. Jay. Guys. Kai. Jay. If you're about to go on about another one of those inventions you saw the other day, I swear dash. He turned around to not only see his blue-clothed looking petrified, but also another boy with green hair around his age, making Kai go silent. Zane. Kai. Cole and Zane turned around to see Izuku with a dumbfounded expression. Ignore the sunglasses. They saw Izuku standing there looking at them, with a surprised look on his face. Izuku, whoa, Izuku now has a better view of who they were. At first he was just shocked, but as soon as he saw what they did, he just let it go. Zane. It's alright, there's no need to panic. We don't mean you any harm, he said while putting his hands in the air to the boy, as a sign that they weren't going to hurt him. But unfortunately for them, Izuku was thinking differently. Izuku. That was amazing! Izuku had soon entered his fanboy mode, while the ninja were surprised. Cole. Wait, what? Izuku. You were all amazing! The way you all fought, cooperated as a team was awesome! Are you a new hero group? What kind of quirks do you have to form those tornado moves? Izuku thought the ninja were all like that because of their quirks. But... Jay. What's a quirk? Jay whispered to Zane. Zane. I believe he's referring to the superpowers that have been having these days. He whispered back. Izuku. Wait, you're saying you're not like this because of quirks? Kai. Well. Jay. We don't have quirks, why? Oh. Kai and Zane hit Jay on the head, while Cole hits his hand on his face. Kai. Jay. Jay. What, I'm just being honest, he said while rubbing the back of his head. Izuku was in pure shock. He'd seen many quirks in his life, but none where the person turned into a whole tornado. Cole saw Izuku's face of shock and became a bit worried. Cole. Hey. You alright there? He said while waving his hand on Izuku's face. Izuku didn't say anything. The state of shock was too much that Izuku fell on the floor hard, passing out, which worried the ninja very much. Cole. Whoa, whoa! Hey, wake up! He said while shaking the boy's shoulders. Kai. Look what you did, Jay! Jay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he said while shedding some comical tears. Zane scanned Izuku's vitals to see any signs of life. Zane. His vitals are steady, he just needs to wake up. Zane suddenly stopped talking once the smugglers that were lying down have vanished. Jay. What do we do? 15 minutes later. Izuku started to wake as his eyesight was improving, until he saw the 4 ninjas looking at him with faces of worry. Cole. Hey look, he's waking up. Hey kid! Are you alright? Do you remember who you are? Zane. Do you know where you live and who you live with? Kai. How many fingers am I holding? Kai showed his 5 fingers to see if Izuku was thinking straight. Jay. Do you prefer comics or movies? Jay's question made everyone including Izuku looked at him like, really? Once Izuku came to his senses again, he dragged himself away from them a little. Cole. Hey, calm down kid. We don't mean you any harm. Kai. Not unless you give us a reason to. His comment made Izuku shiver a bit. Knock it off, Kai. Zane. Naya is correct, Kai, you're not helping. Zane gave Kai a little elbow on his arm. Kai. Relax, I was just kidding. Hee, you should see your face, kid, he said while chuckling a bit. Seeing that they didn't do anything bad to him, and seeing how they're just trying to calm him down, Izuku slowly starts to get up. Izuku. Who are you people? Cole. Well kid, we're ninjas. Izuku. Hold on, ninjas? As in people that are taught martial arts and are known to be stealthy? He said while thinking about what he just heard. Zane. Correct. Kai. We have bigger problems to worry about right now, and the kid is one of them, he said while pointing at Izuku. Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku recoiled a bit after Kai pointed at him. Cole walked towards him and placed his hand on Izuku's left shoulder. Cole. What's your name, kid? Izuku. Izuku M. Midorya. Cole. Okay, Midorya. I want you to do us a favor and try to forget everything you saw and heard here. Don't tell anyone about this or us. Don't get involved in this or involve the police or the heroes in this. This is our problem and we'll deal with it. Alright? Izuku nodded. Okay, good. Well, take care, Izuku Midorya. Cole patted the boy's shoulder and turned to his friends. Let's go! After saying that, the 4 ninja jumped and climbed the building until they reached the top. Jay and Zane. Cole and Kai had one last look at Izuku before leaving, with Kai giving a longer look. Izuku. What is going on today? Back with the ninja, they were jumping from building to building while sneaking in the shadows, until they reached an abandoned seaport where no one was around and jumped on an old pirate ship. Cole. Master Wu, we're here, he said as he bowed to his master. He is an old man, with a beard as long as his whole upper level, but very skilled and strong. He wears a straw hat, a white kimono and was wielding a staff. His name was Wu. Wu. Oh, you're back, he said while getting up. How was it? Did you get anything? Zane. Nothing. The 2 smugglers with the mechanic disappeared. Cole. Although one of them said something. He said that something else was coming, something as powerful as the Overlord himself. Wu. Strange. Something as powerful as the Overlord? I'll have to check any of the scrolls. See if they have any meaning to what they said. Jay. Well, I'm gonna play some video games. While Jay went to the corridors to play some video games, Kai went to the lower deck to train. Zane. I will go over to the computer and check my database on this league, and find the location of the Crystal Council since I put a tracker on the truck. Zane walked to the computer and Cole went to the kitchen to make himself something to eat. Wu decided to ask his students a question. Wu. Oh, also have you been spotted? Wu's question made the 4 ninjas stiffen. Kai heard this and made him miss a punch on the punching bag. Jay wasn't even listening or didn't care what he heard when the sound of a console was starting, Zane looked like he shut down, and Cole swallowed hard. Wu saw their reactions and sighed. Wu, so you've been spotted, he said while lowering his head and shaking it. The ninja. Sorry, master, they said as they bowed in front of their master, which made Wu sigh even more. Wu, you have to pay more attention to your surroundings. Did you at least get a name? Back with Izuku. Izuku was now in front of his apartment. He still couldn't believe what he saw and heard. After the ninja left, Izuku left the alley as fast as he could. Once opening the door, he was welcomed by his mother. Izuku. Hey mom, I'm home. Inko. Oh, hi honey. How was school? Inko's both a beautiful woman and a wonderful mother. Even after Hisashi's death and having a quirkless child, Inko still took care of herself and loved her son with all her heart. Even though she had doubts on her son's dream. Inko. Are you okay, Izuku? She said, seeing that her son was distracted by something and was worried that something happened to him. Izuku. Yeah, I'm all ready. I just need a shower. Inko. That was weird. I wonder what happened. Upon entering the bathroom, Izuku leaned on the wall. Today was crazy. He had so many questions he wanted to ask the ninja. Who were they? Why were they in ninja clothing? Who is the League of Villains? If they weren't quirks, then what was it? But the main question on his mind was, Izuku, will I ever see them again? The boy whispered. Episode 1, Reunion and Questions Answered. It was the next morning in Mistreated, Japan. Izuku had just woken up, still thinking about what happened yesterday. He had so many more questions than before. Even though he tried to forget everything single bit, as the black-clothed ninja said. There was no way to forget something like that. Izuku, how am I going to forget everything I saw and heard yesterday? What on earth is going on? He thought as he got up from bed, is it really possible for someone to not have a quirk, but still have powers? How did they get those powers? If they're trying to help by fighting those people, then why don't they ask the heroes? Who is the League of Villains, who's the Crystal Council, and who is the Overlord? He thought as he entered the bathroom to do his important cough business. And to shower, brush his teeth. At this point, Izuku's brain was racing. He's a person that is fascinated by all types of quirks and is also an analyst. But he's also a very worried person, and after seeing these people in his hometown who don't have any heroes that don't know this to help only worried him even more. He had to do something. Izuku wanted to help. Izuku wanted answers. But he was too afraid of what would happen if he spoke. Well, the boy's head was sweating at this point. But he had more important things to focus with right now, such as training with Almight. Of course, Izuku would have to put up with at least one more day at that goddamn school. Right now, the important thing is to stay strong and achieve his dream. After he finished showering, Izuku went to the kitchen only to see his mother making breakfast. Izuku. Morning, Mom. Inko. Oh, good morning, sweetie. Here, have a seat, breakfast is almost ready. As Izuku sat on the table, he was still thinking about his thoughts. On the outside, he was just staring into space, but on the inside, he was still processing what happened yesterday. Izuku's so quiet that Inko found it strange herself. Inko. Izuku, are you alright? Izuku. Huh? Inko. It's just ever since you came back from school yesterday, you've been acting a bit weirder than usual. Izuku. Hehehe, you have no idea, Mom. Inko. Is something bothering you, Izuku? You know you can talk to me about it, she said while serving breakfast, which was steamed rice and grilled fish. Izuku, should I tell her? No, I shouldn't. I don't want to make her worried and get her involved into something that she has nothing to do with. He thought as stared at his breakfast, and then his mother. Inko. Izuku? Izuku. It's nothing, Mom. It's just something silly, no big deal, he said as he ate a piece of fish. Inko. Are you sure? Inko gave a look that only mothers are capable of, which made Izuku give it away a bit. Izuku. It's just, what's the weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life? Inko. I don't know, what about you? Izuku. Well, like people in strange clothing. as if they have combat equipment. As Izuku was describing it, Inko was thinking with both an imaginary cloud on her head and a hand on her chin, trying to put together what her son was talking about. Until Inko, like a thug? Izuku, no mom, like a ninja. Inko, a ninja? Why a ninja? Izuku, it's just that. Izuku knew this conversation wasn't going to get anywhere, not unless he told the truth, which of course he didn't want to. It's nothing. I just watched some American movie a few days back. I was just thinking about it. Hee hee hee. Izuku was hoping that his mother would believe him. He didn't like to lie to his mother, but he didn't want to worry her, let alone get involved in something that could be extremely dangerous. But to his relief, she believed it. Inko. Oh, I see. That movie must have been pretty weird to make you think about it, she said while chuckling a bit. Izuku. Yeah. It's also Dad's fault. He really liked those movies, he said, smiling as he remembers the good times when they spent most of the time watching movies. Most of the time, it was Hisashi that chose them. Inko. Hee hee, good times, huh? She said with a sincere smile. Izuku. Yeah, good times, he said while looking at the empty chair next to them, but also had a small smile remembering them. Today was another day of training. Another day to get stronger and achieving his dream of being a hero. However, as he was eating his breakfast, he had another thought in his mind. Izuku looked at the window and thought, Izuku, I wonder what they're doing right now. Opening moment, put on the weekend whip. It's time for training and we're getting started. It shows Izuku leaving U.A and getting a text on his phone. When the boy looks at the message, he smiles. The scene switches to Izuku on top of the building where he discovered Almight's secret. It's on, you know. Izuku then turns around and sees them, his new friends and considerate family, the ninja smiling at him. And we want to see them whip and shout it. We rock. You roll. The scene shows Izuku putting on a ninja outfit while joining the ninja. We say go slow. And everything just stands so still. Once Izuku finishes dressing up, he joins the ninja as they face some villains. We say go go. You're gonna see us rip into it just. Izuku and the ninja then charge to fight the villains. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. Then we'll jump back, do it again. Ninjago. Ninjago. As Izuku and the ninja charge against the villains, he jumps as he kicks one's head. Once he's done, he whips around to dodge an enemy attack. He then grabs the villain and does Spinjitsu. Come on. Come on. And do the weekend whip. It then shows Izuku and the ninja doing Spinjitsu all at once. The scene then changes to the League of Villains and the Crystal Council united with Shigaraki and the Overlord. They say no no. We don't want to sit around no more. It shows Izuku and the ninja defeating the villains and jump on a building to not be seen. We say, go go. You're gonna see us rip into it just. They return to the bounty only to see Master Wu smiling at them. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. Then we'll jump back, do it again. Izuku and the ninja were training until the next turn black. Then we'll jump back, do it again. Ninjago. Ninjago. The screen then blew fire as Kai appeared raising his sword, then looked at the readers while doing Spinjitsu. Once he finished, his mask was removed with a name next to him spelling out, Kai. Pretend he's wearing his Season 5 outfit. Come on, come on. We're gonna do it again. The scene then changes to blue as Jay appeared as he pulled out his nunchucks, then doing Spinjitsu. When he finished, his mask came off with the name, Jay, also appearing next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 8 to 10 design. We just jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. Then we'll jump back, do it again. The scene then goes all white with ice appearing with Zane jumping while spinning his shurikens, then do Spinjitsu. Once he's done, his mask comes off, showing his robotic face with the name, Zane, showing up next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 4 to 7 design. Ninjago. Ninjago. Come on, come on. and do the weekend whip. The scene then turns grayish-black as Cole jumps down while slamming his hammer, causing the floor to crack, and does Spinjitsu. As soon as he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Cole, appearing. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit. Ninjago. Ninjago. The scene goes white again with Wu twirling around with his staff a bit before he pointed his staff to the readers with the name, Sensei Wu, appearing in front of him. Come on, come on, come on! And do the weekend whip. The scene then goes green with Izuku in his ninja outfit, while performing his elemental power, then does Spinjitsu. When he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Izuku, appearing. And do the weekend whip. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The scene goes blue for the last time with Izuku, the ninja, and Wu looking at the readers with smiles on their faces. Sensei Wu, Episode 1, Reunion and Questions Answered. End of opening. After another day at Aldera, Izuku was walking to Dagoba Beach to train. For him, staying at Aldera was horrible. He had no friends and no one to talk to. Even the teachers and staff didn't care about him. This was because of one of two reasons. 1. Because he's quirkless. 2. Katsuki Bakugo. Because of his power, he was always praised. Because of this, it inflated his ego very much. Izuku had thought about trying to regain his friendship with him, but it was no use. Bakugo had always acted in a cocky, aggressive way with Izuku, and the boy couldn't do anything. Speaking of Bakugo, Izuku noticed that he's been more quieter and didn't bother him ever since he saved him from that sludge villain. He found this strange, but right now he had more important things to think about. And of them was training. Tashinori. Ah, young Midorya. You're just in time. Tashinori Yagi, who is All Might in his muscular form, is all-powerful, but in his normal form, he's very thin with sharp, angular features and long limbs, with a long neck and a pair of missing eyebrows. Tashinori. Ready for another day of training? Izuku. Of course I am, he said with a neutral tone. All Might found this very strange, because with the 6 months he spent with the boy, he never acted like this. Tashinori. Young Midorya, is something bothering you? Did something happen? Izuku. Well. Izuku, should I tell him? It could be good, he could help. But if I tell, will they come for me? Would it end up getting All Might in trouble? I shouldn't risk it. But it doesn't hurt to have at least a little curiosity. He thought as he put his hand on his chin and looked at Tashinori, who was also looking at him, waiting for his successor to speak. Izuku. All Might. Tashinori. Yes? Izuku. You've seen a lot of things in your days as a hero, especially when you were younger. Tashinori. Yes, I've seen, felt, and experienced many things in my life. But there are certain things I'd prefer to forget. He was talking about his time with Gran Torino as he trained him. It was sufferable to the blonde. Why are you asking this question? Izuku. So have you ever seen people use powers that aren't considered a quirk? Tashinori. What? Izuku. Let's suppose that a person has a special power. But it wasn't caused by a quirk or anything else. As Izuku was talking, Tashinori found this pretty awkward. He's seen many things in his life as a hero, but this was new. Tashinori. Anything else? He asked with his hand on his chin. Izuku. Could they be a ninja? He said with an embarrassing smile on his face. Tashinori found this very strange from his successor. Why would he ask this kind of question? What is this question? Where did he get it from? What made him ask this question? Tashinori. Look, when I was younger, I saw many things. But this is new to me. In fact, what you just said sounds like it came from some sort of manga. Is there something you want to tell me, young Midorya? Izuku was shocked. Even All Might himself hasn't seen or known anything like this. But then again, who knows but him? This only increased the curiosity of the ninja even more. Tashinori. Young Midorya, are you alright? His call made Izuku snap from his head. Putting that aside right now, he had to make up a lie. Izuku. It's just that I watched some pretty weird American movie a few days back and I was just wondering if something like that was possible. Hee hee. Izuku was praying that Almight would believe the lie, and to his belief he did. Tashinori. Ah, yes. I like American movies as well. Some are really interesting and confusing. Just a couple of weeks back I saw a movie with talking apes. Izuku phew, glad he believed it. Izuku felt relieved, until another thought appeared in his head. Wait a second, there's no way he's talking about the movie I'm thinking about. Tashinori. Anyway, that's enough bickering around, let's get back to training, he said while looking at the remaining garbage. There was still a lot, but not that much from 6 months ago. Come on, young Midorya. Izuku. Yes, sir. Time skip, 5 hours later. Time 5:30. The Destiny's Bounty. As Izuku trained and trained, Tashinori saw brilliant progress in the boy's training, and saw how his physique was better than before. Izuku already all might that from time to time, he trained at home as well, which made it easier. Even though he didn't have a big body, Izuku had a great physique. With the training, as much as it hurt him, Izuku's physique was improving a lot. While Izuku was training, we returned to the bounty. Jay was playing his video games, Kai was training with some dummies, Zane was trying to find the location of the truck that he tracked, and Cole was cleaning the weapons, keeping them maintained. As for Master Wu, he was meditating, at least that's what he was trying to do, for he was thinking what his students had said about a boy with green hair. Flashback. Wu was standing in front of his pupils, who were bowing for forgiveness. Wu. Could any of you explain to me how you were seen? Cole. We were looking if the Crystal Council was around, and when we found it, we fought them. It wasn't that difficult, until we saw that there was a boy, who was looking at us. Zane. Even though we fought like that because of quirks. We tried to use the lie, but... Kai. Then Jay over here used his big mouth to tell the truth. Kai was looking at Jay with an angered look on his face. Jay. I already apologized. Kai. Still, that's not an excuse, Jay. Cole. Relax, master. I already told the kid to don't tell anyone about us or involve the police or heroes. Wu. And what makes you so sure that he won't tell anyone about us? Cole was quiet. Wu was right. How was he supposed to know that the kid wouldn't talk about it to anyone, knowing that he and his friends didn't fight like that with a quirk? Cole only hoped that Izuku wouldn't say anything. Cole. I don't know, master. Cole's answer made Wu sigh, before he asked another question. Wu. Did you at least get the child's name? Cole. Yeah. His name was Izuku Midorya. When Cole said the name, Midorya, Wu's eyes widened with shock. His students noticed the sudden behavior. Zane. Master, are you alright? Wu. Why yes, I just remembered something. You can go now. Jay. Wait, really? No punishment or anything like that. Jay then received an elbow from Kai to shut him up. Wu. No. No punishment. The students were surprised of their master's answer. This wasn't what they were expecting, unless, he said while throwing a stern look. The ninja. And no need, master, they said as they ran in fear. Wu then dropped to his knees to meditate, but his head wouldn't allow it. He was thinking about the name of the boy. His last name specifically. He recognized that name and hasn't heard of it in years. Wu, could it really be? After all these years, Hisashi's here? My students have met your son. What a coincidence. He thought while looking at a desk with a few pictures. One of them is with him and his pupils. Another is of Wu and his brother and his sister-in-law, while the remaining ones were with someone he hasn't seen in years. And the other is from what seemed to be a young Wu and Garmadon, as well as an older-looking man, hugging both boys. End of flashback. Wu was so in thought about yesterday that he didn't notice Cole approaching in front of him. Cole. Is everything alright, master? Wu. What? Oh, of course, I'm fine, Cole. I'm just thinking about yesterday. Cole. Oh, right, look, master. I promise nothing like this will happen again, and I apologize for what happened, he said while bowing for forgiveness. Wu. It's okay, Cole. Just try not to get caught again. Cole. Of course, master. he said as he walked to Zane. Wu sat still as he was thinking about Izuku and Hisashi. Wu, will I ever see you again, old friend? Zane was using the computer. Cole. Hey guys, you got anything yet? Zane. So far, I haven't been able to find anything leading to the Crystal Council, and the tracker I put on is getting an interference signal. Cole. Did you try to fix it? Zane. Yes. But it isn't working in any way. It's like this signal isn't coming from a device, antenna, or anything like it. The only thing to do now is to go out and try to get more information. Also, to not be seen this time. Cole. Right. Kai. Jay. Kai stopped training to look at Cole. Jay was so zoned in his game that Kai had to wake him up and point at Cole, which made Jay pause his game. Cole. Get your stuff. We're going out again. Back to Izuku. Izuku was just walking in the streets. When he finished his training for the day, he stayed a bit more. As much as Almight tells him to not exaggerate, as it will end up harming the boy and needing rest. The afternoon was quiet and peaceful, the sun about to set as it reflects on the ocean floor. But to Izuku's demise, he saw a truck moving that was heading towards a place that wasn't that busy. A part of him told him to put it aside, the other part to go and investigate. He just needed to be sure. Izuku. Ugh, damn it, Izuku. He ran where the truck was going. Without him knowing, about 4 people were jumping from buildings to the same direction as Izuku. Izuku approached to where the truck stopped and hid. He saw the driver get out of the truck and Izuku recognized the person. It was the thugs from yesterday. Tengu and Akuma. The thug went to the back of the vehicle and opened the cargo, causing more thugs to come out. Izuku, it's them. What are you doing this time? He saw Tengu walk to the garage door and open it. Inside there were some boxes and with man. His face was concealed by a red, wide-brimmed straw hat. Akuma. Did you bring what we asked for? Yeah, it's there. If you want, you're welcome to check it out. But first, my end of the bargain. The person spoke with a voice sounding a bit off. Akuma signaled Tengu to give the man his bargain. Reluctantly, Tengu picked up a bag from his pocket and threw it towards the man. He opened the bag showing stacks of yen. All right, she's all yours, he said, satisfied with his money. The man moved aside and let the 2 smugglers take the boxes. Akuma. Pleasure doing business with you. Oh, please. It's just pure business, nothing of it. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Tengu. We don't know where to find you. Akuma and him were picking up and placing the last boxes on their truck, closing the gate. Exactly. Izuku wanted to do something to stop them, but didn't know what to do. These suspicious and mysterious people are in his town, and feared that something bad will happen. Once he'll get out of there, he decided to tell the police and the heroes. But first, he needed proof. He took out his phone to take some pictures or a video, that is, until the 2 smugglers disappeared from the boy's view. Izuku turned around and saw the both of them staring at him menacingly before kicking him and grabbing the collar of Izuku's shirt. Akuma. Look at what we have here. You didn't really think that you'd expose us, did you? Izuku saw the smugglers staring at him. This was worse when he got stares from school, for the fact that these people can kill him immediately if they wanted to. Tengu. Wait a minute? He walked around Izuku, smelling his entire body, making Izuku feel uncomfortable. I knew I smelled something familiar. It was you watching us yesterday, where we were ambushed by the ninja. If he's here, then they're here as well. Akuma. So, you're with those ninja? Izuku. And no, I don't even know who they are. Tengu. Oh really, then why do you have your phone out apart from taking pictures or videos of us? Izuku. WL. Although he was afraid, Izuku put that fear aside. If he wants to be a hero, he needs to put fear aside and face the evil in front of him. It's because I won't let you do anything bad in this city or anywhere in Japan, and I won't let you get away with this. Izuku now with a fearless look surprised the smugglers, but also ineffective. Tengu. Hey, real cute kid. He pushed the boy to the ground, making him fall. The smuggler was about to stomp on Izuku, until he grabbed his foot and pushed it back, making the smuggler fall this time. Izuku was about to pounce on him until the Akuma ambushed Izuku, grabbing his arms while Tengu started to beat Izuku in the face and his stomach. The boy tried to fight back, but there was no other way. After getting beaten up for a good minute or two, Izuku fell to the ground as they released him. His upper body was heavily bruised. Tengu charged his palm in a purple energy. Tengu, you should have minded your own business, kid. He raised his clenched fist to kill the boy, until his leg was suddenly cut by something. Tengu screamed in pain, clutching his leg. Tengu. God damn it! Who the hell did this? The smugglers were looking around for whoever did that until Ninjago. Jay used Spinjitsu and engulfed both of the smugglers. He then brought out his nunchucks and bashed them into Tengu's limbs. Tengu summoned a katana, but Zane quickly intervened with his shurikens. Weapons clashed into each other. Akuma was about to ambush the blue ninja until Kai. Hey there! The smuggler turned around, only to go face to face with the tip of a sword. Izuku, who was still on the ground, watched with awe as the ninja sprung into action, but his vision was starting to dim a little. Before he closed his eyes, he saw the black ninja walk to him and carry him with both arms. Izuku heard him yelling at his brothers to go. Izuku's eyes then came to a close. A few hours later, Izuku started to wake up and finds out that he was in a different place. He wasn't in a hospital, he wasn't home. He started to get up and check his surroundings. It appears he was in a bedroom. The room had a couple of pictures on the wall, and there were multiple beds, all color-coded. Izuku. Where am I? What happened? Izuku put his hand on his head trying to remember what happened, until the memory of the smugglers beating him popped up in his brain. The boy looks at his upper body and finds no bruises, no blood on him, no nothing. Another thing, he didn't feel any pain. It was like if he never gotten punched or kicked in the first place. Izuku sits on the bed he was laying on, until the door suddenly opened. Oh, you're awake. How you're feeling, bud? Izuku. I feel good. Thank you. Oh, you don't have to thank me for anything, kid. Master Wu took really good care of you. I thought it was a bit weird at first, but also nice of him. As for me, I offered to let you sleep in our room, he said while waving his arms to introduce the room. Izuku. Thank you for the hospitality, and I'm sorry for being in your way, miss. He was about to bow until he noticed something. Izuku had just noticed that the blue ninja's mask was off. He saw that the blue ninja had brown curly hair, and also had a couple of freckles, just like him. Is something wrong, dude? He questioned Izuku as he was frozen in place. Izuku. I am sorry. It's just that you look like you're my age. If not a year or two older. It's alright, I get that a lot. I'm actually 17. Also, my name's Jay, he said while smiling, until the door opened again. Zane. He's awake, good. How are you feeling? Izuku was flabbergasted by what he's seeing. The white ninja's mask was also off. His face, including his hair, was all sliver. His eyes were cyan blue with a glow. Izuku. I am fine. How long have I been out? Zane. It has been about 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 40 seconds. When he said the time, Izuku panicked. Izuku. Oh crap! My mom! I got to call her to let her know I'm fine. Izuku looked in his pockets, but it wasn't there, which only increased his fear. Oh no. Zane. It is alright. Your phone was damaged, but I fixed it. Come, let me show it to you, he said while gesturing Izuku to follow him. Izuku follows them upstairs and he sees a light to the outside in front of him. Once he's outside, he starts looking around the place. It was pretty fascinating. But something felt a bit off. Kai. Boo! Izuku screams and looks behind him to see Kai laughing at him. Kai. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist, he said while catching his breath. I see you're better now. Izuku. Why yeah. He looks to see Kai's face with his hair all spiky and all over the place as if he just woke up from bed. Kai. Hey, easy there, dude. It was just a prank, that's all. Trust me, I'm all cool. Cole. Leave him alone, Kai. he saw the black ninja walk in. His hair was black, with mildly bushy eyebrows. Don't worry about him, he's just trying to mess with you. Besides, he got closer to Izuku, as if he were whispering. Kai secretly dances to K-pop music. Kai. That again? I thought I told you that I don't listen to that kind of music. Cole. Then who else would listen to K-pop? Kai. Well, definitely not me. Both Cole and Kai started to bicker around. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. Who knew that highly skilled and trained ninja would fight or bicker like siblings do? Zane. Don't worry about them, they can get like that at times. Zane approached Izuku with his fixed phone. Here it is. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku turned on his phone and started to call his mom until he found the contacts. He waited for his mother to answer, until Inko. Izuku, I asked that you? She yelled through the phone, causing Izuku's ear to ring a bit. Izuku. Yeah, it's me, Mom. I'm sorry for worrying you and I'm alright. Inko sighed. What matters now is that you're alright, honey. Anyway, where are you? Izuku. Izuku thought of what to say to his mother, until he looked at the ninja and had an idea. I'm at a friend's place which I made a while back. Inko. A friend? Why didn't you tell me about them? Izuku. Oh, must have slipped my mind. Hee hee. Inko. Are these friends nice at least? Izuku. Well, there is something alright. Izuku was looking where the four ninja were and saw Kai and Cole still bickering while Jay and Zane tried to calm them down. But also pretty cool at the same time. A comical bead of sweat falling from his head. Inko. That's good. But please, Izuku, let me know next time. You know how worried I can be. Izuku. Okay, Mom. It won't happen again, that's a promise. I'll be home soon, okay? Inko. Okay, sweetie. Take care. Izuku. Okay, Mom. Bye. Izuku hung up the call and turned to the four ninja. Kai and Cole were still going at it, while Jay and Zane were trying to calm them down. Izuku was thinking of a way to stop fighting, until... Hey, Cole! Izuku suddenly heard a voice behind him. He turns around and sees Wu looking at Kai and Cole's direction. Wu. That's enough. Kai and Cole stopped fighting while Jay and Zane let go of them, while being afraid of the look Wu was giving them. Kai/Cole. Sorry, Master, they said as they bowed. Wu. I apologize for their behavior. They can get like this at times. Wu looked at Izuku, who was surprised to see the old man. Izuku. It's okay. It really didn't bother me that much. Wu noticed Izuku's behavior. His students have already told him that the boy knows they didn't fight like that because of a quirk. Wu. So you are Izuku Midorya, correct? Izuku. Why, yes, sir. Wu. I know you must have questions on your mind right now. You may want to sit. Wu signaled Izuku to sit down on the floor. Izuku felt that the old man was trustworthy, as long as he didn't offend them in any way. Wu. First, let me be the first to welcome you to the Destiny's Bounty. Izuku had now noticed that he wasn't just standing at a home, but also an actual pirate ship. The ship's color was all red, the sails had a red paint as if they were dragon wings, and in the front of the ship, there was the face of a carved wooden dragon. Izuku was beyond shocked of this, but Wu continued talking. Izuku. Wait, if they fought like that without a quirk, can you fight like that too? Wu. Of course, like I say, I am old, not weak. But before I continue, I assume that you have multiple questions, correct? Izuku. Well, yes. Who are you guys? Why are you here? Where did you come from? Wu. You see. Long before time had a name, Ninjago was created by the first Spinjitsu master, using for elemental weapons. The scythe of quakes, the nunchucks of lightning, the shurikens of ice, and the sword of fire. Weapons so powerful, no one could hold them at once. But when he passed, his two sons swore to protect them with their lives. But the oldest was corrupted by evil and sought out to collect them all, Lord Garmadon. So Sensei Wu, his brother, sought out to find 4 ninja to collect them first. Those ninja being the same ones you met. Izuku. Oh, so what happened next? Wu. Well, after we had found the weapons, these four, he said sternly while looking at the boys, they discovered the prophecy. Izuku. The prophecy? Prophecy of what? Wu. The prophecy of the Green Ninja. Izuku. The Green Ninja? Wu. One ninja will rise above the others and become the Green Ninja. The ninja destined to defeat the Dark Lord. Izuku. Dark Lord as in Garmadon? Wu. That's what we thought at first, but it was a very darker lord than Garmadon. Izuku. Who? Wu. We have come across many evil in our home. From the Serpentine to the ancient stone army. But this evil a being as old as my father, the first Spinjitsu master. The living embodiment of evil itself, known as the Overlord. Izuku was shocked by what he just heard. The embodiment of evil itself? It just sounded otherworldly. Izuku. The Overlord? Were you able to beat him? Now, Izuku was increasingly wanting more answers. Wu saw that Izuku was now interested, so he continued. Wu. We have defeated the Overlord before, but unfortunately he came back again. The second time we defeated him, it cost us the loss of Zane. Now he's come back, but this time as the Crystal King. And with his organization called the Crystal Council, they seem to be hidden somewhere in this city. Wu then gave a signal to his students to properly introduce themselves. Cole. The name's Cole Brookstone, but you can call me Cole. Kai. I'm Kai Smith, you can call me Kai. Zane. My name is Zane Julian, Nindrad at your service. Jay. I'll just remind you again if you forgot, but I'm Jay. They waited for Izuku to respond, but he just stayed still with a questionable look. Wu. Is something wrong? Izuku. I just remembered. Wu. What? Izuku. Those smugglers, Tengu and Akuma, they called each other. They were talking the Overlord and Crystal Council. But they were also talking about someone else. Cole. Who? Izuku. One of them mentioned a League of Villains. If any of you know that name? Zane. Another villain group? Perhaps this is why they left Ninjago. The Overlord may have struck a deal or partnership with this League of Villains. Wu. If it is true that the Overlord has made a deal with another villain group, then I'm afraid that stopping them will be more difficult than I thought. Izuku was both afraid and worried about this situation. Not only his city, but the country of Japan has a group of villains that the heroes are unaware of. Izuku. Why not ask the heroes for help? They can help. Right? Cole. That's what I told you, Midorya, this is our problem. Besides, we can't expose our secrets. Just imagine how everyone will react when there's a group of ninja who have powers that aren't considered quirks. The computer then made a sound. Zane runs to the computer. Zane. Guys, the tracker I put, it's working again. Cole. Where is it? Zane. From what we're seeing, it's on the move in the streets. If we hurry, we can stop them. Wu. Ninja, grab your weapons and move out. The ninja. Yes, sensei. Izuku watched as the ninja got their weapons. He wanted to do something, until an idea popped in his head. Izuku. Wait. The yell made the ninja stop to look at him. I want to help. Cole. I told you already, Midorya, this is our problem, and it's too dangerous. Izuku. No, I can't just sit still knowing that there are these villains in my city and I'm doing nothing. Izuku's sudden snap stunned the ninja and surprisingly, Wu. Izuku. Look, I promise that I won't get in the way and won't tell anyone about you or the council. I'll hide your secret as much as I can. You have friends in Ninjago, right? Allow me to be your first friend here in Japan. What kind of hero would I be knowing that there are people here who need help and that there's a threat in the country? Cole. What do you mean? Izuku. You see, my dream is to be a hero. A hero who always saves someone with a smile. I want to be a hero that faces evil head-on. I refuse to pretend that there's nothing wrong in my town when I know there is, and that no hero knows and isn't fighting. So please let me help you. The ninja were speechless. They saw a determined fire in the boy's eyes. Izuku really wanted to help them. The five of them thought about, but before anyone could say anything, Woo. Of course we'll let you help. Everyone looked at Woo in both surprise and shock. Woo. You know Izuku, you remind me a lot of your father. Izuku. You knew my father? Woo. Yes. He helped me when times were tough in Ninjago, that is until he moved. How is he? Izuku. He passed away. Woo was both surprised and saddened to hear that one of his old friends had died. He really saw a little bit of Hisashi in him and a bit of someone else. He found himself taking care of Izuku, teaching him the way of the ninja, teach him Spinjitsu. To make it up for everything Hisashi had done for him and Ninjago. Woo. I am sorry. Izuku. It's alright. The important now is that he wanted me to achieve my dream and for me to always be strong and to always endure. Also to help those who need help. It's what a hero does, he said with a smile. Woo was impressed with the boy. Woo. You remind me of someone else I knew. Izuku. Really, who? Woo. His name was Lloyd. The ninja were too stunned to speak. Did they just hear their master say that this boy reminded him of Lloyd? The most affected was Kai. Izuku. Lloyd? Woo. He was the green ninja. It was because of him the Overlord was first defeated. Izuku. Whoa, how did he defeat the Overlord? Woo. By unlocking his true potential. Because of this, he became the ultimate Spinjitsu master. Izuku. Ultimate Spinjitsu master? Woo. The power of creation, the power of the first Spinjitsu master himself. I can see it inside you, you too will unlock your full potential one day. Woo turned to his students. Woo. Ninja, let Izuku help you. And teach him everything that I have taught you. Cole. Are you sure, master? Woo. Yes. I'm grateful for what Hisashi has done for me over the years. It is about time that I repay my debt, he said while looking at Izuku with a smile. The boy was surprised but also happy. He was happy to know that he will help and train like an actual ninja. Izuku. Thank you, Mr. Woo, he said while bowing. Woo. Call me Master Woo. Izuku. Yes, sir. Kai. So what are we waiting for? We have a truck to catch, he said as he just finished zoning out. Cole. Right. So what do you say, kid? Want to help us out? Izuku. Let's do this. Izuku ran to the ninja. They had a truck to catch. This is the beginning of a beautiful new friendship and a beautiful new life. Episode 2, Way of the Ninja. Tengu. You should have minded your own business, kid. He raised his clenched fist to kill the boy, until his leg was suddenly cut by something. Tengu screamed in pain, clutching his leg. Tengu. God damn it! Who the hell did this? The smugglers were looking around for whoever did that until Ninjago. Jay used Spinjitsu and engulfed both of the smugglers. He then brought out his nunchucks and bashed them into Tengu's limbs. Tengu summoned a katana, but Zane quickly intervened with his shurikens. Weapons clashed into each other. Akuma was about to ambush the blue ninja until Kai. Hey there! The smuggler turned around, only to go face to face with the tip of a sword. Woo! Did you at least get the child's name? Cole. Yeah. His name was Izuku Midorya. When Cole said the name, Midorya, Woo's eyes widened with shock. Woo, could it really be? Hisashi's here? My students have met your son. Hee, what a coincidence. How are you, old friend? He thought while looking at a desk with a few pictures. One of them is with him and Hisashi when they were younger. Woo. First, let me be the first to welcome you to the Destiny's Bounty. Izuku had now noticed that he wasn't just standing at a home, but also an actual pirate ship. The ship's color was all red, the sails had a red paint as if they were dragon wings, and in the front of the ship, there was the face of a carved wooden dragon. Woo. Ninja, let Izuku help you. And teach him everything that I have taught you. Cole. Are you sure, master? Woo. Yes. I'm grateful for what Hisashi has done for me over the years. It is about time that I repay my debt, he said while looking at Izuku with a smile. Kai. So what are we waiting for? We have a truck to catch. he said as he just finished zoning out. Cole. Right. So what do you say, kid? Want to help us out? Izuku. Let's do this. End of soundtrack. End 019. Start opening soundtrack. The Weekend Whip. Start 3 o'clock. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The screen then blew fire as Kai appeared raising his sword, then looked at the readers while doing Spinjitsu. Once he finished, his mask was removed with a name next to him spelling out, Kai. Pretend he's wearing his Season 5 outfit. Then we'll jump back to it again. The scene then changes to blue as Jay appeared as he pulled out his nunchucks, then doing Spinjitsu. When he finished, his mask came off with the name, Jay, also appearing next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 8 to 10 design. Ninjago. Ninjago. Come on, come on. The scene then goes all white with ice appearing with Zane jumping while spinning his shurikens, then do Spinjitsu. Once he's done, his mask comes off, showing his robotic face with the name, Zane, showing up next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 4 to 7 design. And do the Weekend Whip. The scene then turns grayish-black as Cole jumps down while slamming his hammer, causing the floor to crack, and does Spinjitsu. As soon as he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Cole, appearing. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit. Ninjago. Ninjago. The scene goes white again with Wu twirling around with his staff a bit before he pointed his staff to the readers with the name, Sensei Wu, appearing in front of him. Come on, come on, come on. And do the Weekend Whip. The scene then goes green with Izuku in his ninja outfit, while performing his elemental power, then does Spinjitsu. When he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Izuku, appearing. And do the Weekend Whip. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The scene goes blue for the last time with Izuku, the ninja, and Wu looking at the readers with smiles on their faces. Sensei Wu, Episode 2, Way of the Ninja. End of opening. We return with Izuku and the ninja in the Destiny's Bounty. Our heroes are walking downstairs back to the bedroom. In the room, we see Zane finding something in one of the drawers. Cole. Now Izuku, if you are going to come with us, you'll need these. It will allow you to grab something from faraway distances, and for self-defense, he said as he gave Izuku a grappling hook and a wooden staff. Izuku was confused at first, but quickly realized that it was a grappling hook and staff. As they went back upstairs, Zane was typing on the computer showing a map on the screen, and that map was showing where the truck was. Izuku saw where the truck was. He gasped in fear. Izuku. I know that street. It's very busy, especially at night. Kai. And? Izuku. If you're going to go back, someone will most likely spot at least one of you. Kai. Did you forget, we're ninja, we don't get spotted, he said with a tone of cockiness. Izuku. I spotted you. Zane. Do not worry, Izuku. We can sneak in the shadows, which reminds me. He went back downstairs to look for something. Zane comes back with a brown mask. Zane looks at the boy, sensing that he's confused. I figured since you'll be joining us on this mission, you'll need to hide your face. Zane then hands the mask to Izuku. Here. From our friend Dareth. Izuku picks up the mask and puts it on his face. Seeing that everyone was ready, the ninja climb up the nearby building, with Zane grabbing the grappling hook and grabbing Izuku by the torso. Zane, hold on. Izuku. Hold on to what? He was cut off by the sound of the grappling hook that landed on one of the poles, where they were then launched, with Izuku screaming and holding on to the nindroid for dear life. A few minutes later, onto the Crystal Council smugglers, the truck was already filled with all kinds of weapons, big and small, like scythes, axes, knives, and many more. It also had some of those yellow cracked blocks. Inside of the truck, Akuma could be seen driving. When he looked at the rear view mirror, he saw a group of people jumping from buildings while chasing them. Akuma. Ugh, every time they get more irritable. He grumbled before turning on an ear communicator to warn the lower-level smugglers about their guests. Akuma. Attention everyone, the ninja are here! The smugglers all looked up at the buildings as a light lit up, finding the ninja. saying, "We have located them." Cole. "And this time, they're not gonna get away. We have to end this as fast as possible before someone calls the heroes." Kai. "Then let's hit them with everything we got." The ninja, with Izuku, then jumped on the truck attacking the smugglers, who were now on top of the vehicle as well. Most of the attacks they were giving each other mostly consistent on dodging and clashing each other's weapons. Izuku, on the other hand, was struggling. He was mostly dodging. The boy wanted to just attack right there right now, but couldn't because of his fear was in the way. The ninja all saw the smugglers corner Izuku with the smuggler's sword as they at the boy to look out. As the smuggler raised his sword about to chop the boy's head off, Izuku did the most reasonable thing to do. He hit the smuggler's jewel with his staff. Izuku Kai J. Cole. "Oich. J. That must have hurt a lot." Izuku. "I think I'm feeling it a little." Izuku cringed at the scene. Kai. "I'm never complaining about Master Wu's training techniques ever again." Kai was cringing as well. Cole. "Go to your happy place, go to your happy place, go to your happy place." Sane, who didn't understand what just happened, decided to ask. Sane. "Why did Midorya do that?" Kai J. Cole. "Don't worry about it." While the truck was still moving, the smugglers and vehicle's load jumped out of there to ambush them. Cole. "Looks like we got some unexpected guests, boys. Kai, will you do the honors? Kai. "But of course. All right, fellas, get ready to get kai'd." Kai cracked his knuckles with a cocky smile. Insert music, rip it up TMNT topic. Kai. "All right, let's do this nice and quick." Kai ran at the smugglers, with one of them trying to attack with his gauntlets, but Kai dodged and grabbed his left arm and used Spinjitsu. Once he finished, Kai released the smuggler's arm, causing he and another smuggler to collide and fall out of the vehicle. One of the smugglers tried to ambush him with a katana, until Kai quickly grabbed his sword and clashed with the katana, causing the katana to slip off the truck and onto the street. To finish, Kai used Spinjitsu on the smuggler, launching him off the vehicle and into the street. Before Kai could celebrate, he heard a honk behind him. He turned around to see two more trucks driven by more smugglers. Kai. Guys, we got company," he said before jumping towards the truck in the right. Cole. "Okay, everyone, let's do this." Izuku J. Zane. "Right." Zane. "Stay by me, Midorya." Izuku. "All right." Jay jumped on the truck on the left, while Cole, on the other hand, joined Kai at the truck in the right. Back to Jay, he got inside the truck's cargo, thus meeting the smugglers who were inside, who were just 6 to 8 smugglers. Jay. "Ninjago." He used Spinjitsu, knocking them out, and some launched off the truck. "Ha ha ha, anyone else?" Back to the truck in the right, Cole was on the top, while Kai was inside. Out of nowhere, a knife could be seen through the roof. Cole slightly jumped by this. Acting fast, he punched a hole in the roof and spread it out so he could jump in. As soon as Cole jumps in, he kicks the occupant out of the truck, causing the doors to fling open. While Cole and Kai were tending the other smugglers, Kai saw that one of the smugglers was targeting them with a machine gun, so to save him and Cole, he shot a little flame towards the gun and truck, with the gun exploding, and the car breaking down and losing speed. Cole, who already taken out the last guys, saw what had happened, and looked at Kai. Cole. "Thanks, Kai." Kai. "No problem. I'll go help Jay." Kai then jumped towards the other truck, cut the roof with his sword, and looked inside to see the two taking down the last smugglers. Kai. "Looks like you did fine on your own." Jay. "We just needed to stop them before the heroes came." Agreeing with what his friend said, Kai went to the front of the truck. Kai. "Why, hello again," he teasingly said. Akuma. "Do you ever just quit?" he responded annoyingly. Kai breaks the window of the front view and pulls the driver out of the truck, landing on the sidewalk. Kai. "My turn." Kai took the wheel and slowed the vehicle down. It seemed that there wasn't any more confusion in traffic. The people who were on the sidewalk were looking and even recording the whole thing, while others called the police and heroes. Akuma growled and cracked the ground in anger. Now he needed to hide somewhere before someone spotted him. End of song. Zane stopped the truck he took from the former driver and asked Izuku to open the cargo, and so he did. Jay and Kai carried the boxes that were in the trucks and put them in the vehicle Zane was driving. Cole, on the other hand, stopped the car he was driving earlier and pushed the driver out and took the wheel. He got out of the car and ran straight towards the cargo and closed the doors. Both heroes and police were arriving, and they weren't going to stay any longer. Cole, nice job, everyone, he said as he sat on the floor. Jay, that was close. While Zane was driving, Izuku, who was also sitting in the front, took off his mask and so did the ninja. Before they were going back to the bounty, they had to drop Izuku off at his house. Izuku, yeah, Mom. I'm coming right now, you don't have to worry. He was talking to his mom on his phone, letting her know that he was fine. Inko, okay, Izuku. I'll be waiting for you, okay? Izuku, okay. And to make it up, I'll make dinner tonight. Inko, are you sure? Izuku, you don't have to. Izuku, I insist. Inko, well, if that's what you want, alright. Izuku, alright, bye, Mom. He hung up the call. Zane, your mother cares a lot about you, he said without taking his eyes off the road. Izuku, yeah, it's been like that since I was diagnosed as Quirkless. It's just that, ever since I was a kid, my dream was to always be a hero, and my parents supported me, even when they knew I was Quirkless. My dad was a bit more supportive of me than my mom. I know that she wants me to achieve my dream, but she also knows that the hero work is dangerous, and so is the world. Now knowing that I'm Quirkless, it makes my mom very worried. Especially after my dad died, he said while looking down. Zane, oh, I apologize, I did not know the subject was sensitive. Izuku, no, it's okay. It's better this way, so that you get to know me better, he said while looking at Zane with a smile. Izuku, don't get me wrong, I love my mom and I want the city to be safe, not just her, but everyone. I know that I can't save the whole world, but I want to save and help as many people as possible. To help those in need. Especially people who were born Quirkless like me. I may have suffered since I was only 4, but I want to show everyone that I can be a hero. I want to be the hero like my dad saw, he said while covering himself a bit. Insert soundtrack. Finding Leo Team NT 2007 soundtrack. The other ninja heard the conversation and sympathized for the boy. They did enough research knowing that people who are Quirkless end up suffering a lot in the world. They were wondering how Izuku's life was, and they were praying that they were wrong with what they were thinking. Now, all of the ninja decided to have one more mission, to make Izuku more faster, more stronger, so that he could be a hero, achieve his dream. Kai, don't worry, kid. You'll make that dream a reality, you know why, because we'll teach you to become more stronger and skilled, to teach you the way of the ninja. I'm not doing this because Master Wu said, because I want to, he said with a sincere smile. Cole, yeah, me too. It'll be good to teach you some things, Izuku. I see a great potential in you. Jay, I'd like to teach you a few lessons too, as long as you don't give up. Zane, the same as everyone says, Izuku. You shall count on me. Izuku didn't accept this. He had already thought that these 5 ninja were awesome, but now, he's admiring them a lot. Now, he sees these people as his new heroes, his new friends, and possibly as his family. Izuku was happy and moved by it. Even though he was Quirkless, these ninja have seen that he can be a hero. His life was starting to change for the better, and he blessed it. Izuku, thank you everyone, he said while smiling with some tears. End of soundtrack, end 030. The ninja smiled at the boy, and even began to think of him as a little brother, especially Kai. Now with Izuku wanting to help wipe out the Crystal Council, and with him wanting to be a hero, they found themselves willing to help. With little time to reach Izuku's home, the boy's curiosity got to the better of him, and decided to ask. Izuku, hey, can I ask you a question? The ninja, yeah. Izuku, so before we left the bounty, Master Wu said I reminded him of Lloyd. And you all look shocked. I guess what I'm trying to say is, who really was Lloyd, and what happened to him? Cole, well, like Master Wu said, he was the Green Ninja. But he was more than that, he was a friend, he was family. Kai. It might sound strange, but before he became the Green Ninja, he was a bad guy, you know what, scratch that. He was just an idiot, he said while chuckling a bit. Sane. He wanted to be like his father, Garmadon, so he released the Serpentine. An ancient race snake people that once ruled over Ninjago and were locked underground. J. Yeah. He was such a brat at first, but I guess he did make up for it. Sane. As for what happened to him, he was banished to the Cursed Realm. At the mention of that name, the ninja lowered their heads. Izuku. The Cursed Realm? Sane. Yes. According to what Master Wu has told us, the Cursed Realm is one of the 16 realms, which are a variety of different worlds that this world known as Ninjago is one of. The Cursed Realm is where people's souls are banished forever and never come back. Izuku was both shocked and a bit sad when he learned about the 16 realms, and Lloyd, he wished he could have met him to see what he was like, but for now, he knew that there were other worlds out there somewhere. Izuku had one final question to ask. Izuku. So if Lloyd was a part of your team, did he have powers too? Cole. Oh yeah? His powers were like some green energy, containing all our powers together. Izuku. Wait. All of your powers together? Sane. Oh, of course. There was another thing about the Green Ninja. You see, he had possession of all of our powers, but unfortunately, ever since he's been banished, our powers have been decreasing, and soon I'm afraid our powers will vanish forever as well. Izuku was bewildered by what the Nindroid had said. They're losing their powers? The boy kept thinking about what Zane had said until they reached his home. Now arriving at Izuku's home, our protagonist exited the vehicle, but then said, Izuku, so when are we going to see each other again? He asked before his phone started ringing. He picks up his phone and sees a contact he's never had before. Design Ice Cube. Izuku then looks at the Nindroid, who was looking at the boy with a sincere smile. Saying, we'll talk again, Izuku. Then we shall schedule an appointment to help you. Cole. For now, rest. Izuku. Okay. Thank you again. Kai. You know Master Wu was right, you do remind me of Lloyd. He smiled warmly. Izuku just smiled and waved, thanking them again. The ninja smiled before closing the door and driving off. As Izuku walked back to his house, we go back to the ninja who were still in the truck. J. So what are we supposed to do with this? Referring to boxes that were still inside. Kai. That doesn't matter. What does matter is that we stop the Overlord and maybe the League of Villains. Cole. I'm still thinking. Why would the Crystal Council want Vengestone? Especially now with their new allies. Zane. As of right now we do not know, not until we this league and find information about them and defeat them. But as for now, we have another mission. Referring to Izuku. Cole. Well, this might be our most difficult mission yet. Somewhere else. In a dark, ominous room, the mechanic and Tengu could be seen, with the mechanic appearing to be waiting for someone. Mechanic. What's taking that brother of yours so damn long? Tengu. Relax. He always does things carefully. He's probably trying to blend in with the public while coming here. Just then a dark cloud appeared in front of them. Out came Akuma, but with his mask off. His hair was moldy yellow, his face clean shaven. Mechanic. There you are. You were supposed to be here half an hour ago. What happened? Akuma. I apologize, but the ninja had apprehended us. Mechanic. What? The ninja? Mechanic's rage was starting to rise, but before he could do anything a rumbling sound could be heard. Tengu. What the hell was that? Mechanic. No, nothing. It was just get out of here before I fire you. And no more screw-ups. The two smugglers looked at each other confusingly, before sighing and teleporting away. It all right. Behind the mechanic, a purple light shined across the ominous room. At the center, a large purple crystal was seen. Mechanic immediately recognized the voice and turned around, bowing in front of a giant purple crystal, until a giant shadow with purple eyes emerged inside the crystal. This was the Overlord, now with another name as he calls his form, the Crystal King. Mechanic. My lord, I apologize for the failure. Overlord. You do not have to apologize. We have everything we need. Now, we just have to wait for Shigaraki to complete what he's doing and to aid him to destroy this Almight person. After that it shall be their turn to cooperate, he said as his shadow vanished from the crystal. Next day. Saturday. As the sun was rising for a new day to begin, Izuku had already been awake while finishing his daily hygiene. As he walks to the living room, he sees his mother watching the news. The news he was watching was about the fight last night. The TV was showing footage of some of the smugglers being taken away by the police. Not only that, but a video was shown where a civilian was recording the fight on his phone. It was only about 7 to 8 seconds, where it showed some of the smugglers on top of the truck. Reporter. Just last night, on these streets, there was a case that looked like it in a movie, where about 6 people fought the occupants of the trucks. While police have discovered that they were a couple of smugglers, the people who were on top of the vehicles were not seen due to them wearing masks to hide their appearance. The camera then cuts to a middle-aged man giving his comment about what he saw yesterday. Civilian. I don't really know what or who they were, but I think they know who was driving with all of that fighting. Do the drivers know that I do not know? It cuts again to a woman who saw everything through her window. Lady. I don't know what those people want, but I know what they did want that day. They wanted to stop some criminals. It then cut back to the reporter who was still looking at the camera. Reporter. Who are these mysterious people? Could they be a group of heroes, villains, or vigilantes? Until the police or heroes have success in this mystery, we have no idea, so stay tuned. Inko. This city is just getting weirder. Izuku. Yeah. You don't have to tell me twice. Inko. Who do you think they could be? Izuku. I don't know, maybe they're just people who are trying to help, he said while smiling at the TV. Insert soundtrack. Off you go. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Start. 047. Izuku, from now on, I'll do my best to get stronger. Dad, please watch me from above. The next 4 months for Izuku was extremely hard. Not only did he have to train with All Might, but with the ninja as well, including his studying. To split the training, Izuku told Toshinori that he'd train on his beach every day. They had said it to relax his body and muscles after some heavy training. But in reality, he was going to train with the ninja. Izuku had told them about All Might and One for All because he trusts them. While All Might was training the boy to gain muscle, the ninja were going to train him the way of the ninja, meaning he'll be skilled, no defense and fighting techniques. Izuku learned a lot from the ninja. With Cole, he learned some moves with his arms and legs, without a weapon. It was hard for Izuku to learn everything, but at least he now knew how to defend himself. Kai taught Izuku how to throw very strong punches, kicks, and how to get tougher. Kai's training was very painful, as Kai needed to give Izuku a couple of hits to help his defense. Not only that, he also had to fight Kai Ban take in as many hits he could. It was very painful, but it was all worth it in the end. Now, Izuku seemed to take more hits than he had recently. He may have been in pain, but he needed to fight it. Jay taught Izuku how to have good, fast reflexes and to be agile. It wasn't that painful, but it was tricky, as Jay threw a couple of small jabs at kicks so that Izuku could dodge them. Over time, Izuku was getting the hang of it and started to dodge the attacks more faster. Jay was happy, but he wanted to make it a bit more complicated, so he put a blindfold on Izuku's eyes to see if he could dodge any upcoming blows and Jay's electricity. To his surprise, Izuku succeeded. Unfortunately, Kai got electrocuted, causing his hair to get messed up along with getting a few laughs in. Zane taught Izuku how to use weapons. At first Izuku was a bit reluctant to do this, mostly because he had no intention of murdering anyone. But Zane it necessary Izuku might fight someone with a weapon, so the boy accepted. Zane then Izuku, which was a katana. It was a difficult training, as Zane attacked with his shurikens so that Izuku defend himself and fight back. It took a while for Izuku to be able to defend himself from Zane's attacks, but it helped. Not only that, but Izuku was starting to enjoy the katana a little bit. Master Wu watched as his students were teaching Izuku how to improve further. Not only did they help him to become more skilled, but also help other things, such as his shyness. Izuku is still a little shy every now and then, his stutter shows up, but not that much. Wu smiled as his students have come a long way ever since they left Ninjago. Wu saw Izuku not just as friend, not a new ninja, but as a new member of the family. Hisashi would be happy with what the ninja were doing for his son. With All Might's training, Izuku trained like a beast to clean the beach. It left the hero impressed, happy, and proud at the same time. Of course, Izuku had some difficulties with some pieces of trash, but he found the strength to keep going. No matter how painful or difficult it was, Izuku got back up and kept going. End of soundtrack, End 144. February 26th entrance exam. Time, 6:05. All Might was walking up to the beach to see how the cleanup was going. When Izuku, H. He had heard the boy scream and ran where the scream was coming from, but stopped when he saw Izuku on top of a pile of garbage as the sun hit his entire body. Izuku, I did it! He shouted as he raised both arms up. Toshinori was shocked and awed at what he was seeing. The entire beach was clean. Toshinori, I can't believe it, he actually cleaned the whole beach, he went further than I anticipated. This is perfect. Oh my goodness! You've done an amazing job! He was so impressed he transformed into All Might. Izuku, All Might? He said tiredly. As he noticed the man's presence, he stumbled and began to fall. Before Izuku could do anything, All Might quickly caught him. All Might. Great job, young Midorya. Izuku. I did it, All Might, I cleaned the beach, he said while smiling tiredly. All Might. Yes, you've managed to blow me away. All Might puts Izuku down, takes out his phone and shows him a picture. All Might. This was you crying 10 months ago. Now look at you, you strong already, but now you're very much stronger. You've made great progress. We see that Izuku's body has gained muscle and a six-pack. The boy then looks at his hands. All Might. You still have a lot to do to have full control of this power, but with that new body of yours, I believe you now have access to it. Izuku kept looking at his hands and was thinking on how did his life kept changing for the better. First, All Might chose him as his successor for One for All, and helped him improve his body. Then came the 5 ninja from Ninjago, who also helped him to become more skilled and stronger as well. Izuku smiled and was starting to get tears out of his eyes. All Might. Young Midorya, is something wrong? Izuku. It's just that I'm happy, All Might. All this time we've spent, with you helping me getting stronger, I don't know if this is luck or a blessing. All Might then laughed, and patted the boy on the back. All Might. Don't think about it. This was not luck, it was because of your dedication and hard work. You've earned it. Now, Izuku Midorya, your reward. Izuku. Yes, sir. All Might plucked a strand of hair and held it in front. All Might. I was once told that there's a difference between a lucky person and someone who earns something. And what you've done today, you earned this. Never forget that. Izuku had All Might in inspiration at his words before gripping his left fist. He extended his hair to the boy and said, All Might, eat this. Izuku. Wait, what? He made a face that couldn't believe what he just heard. Episode 3, Go Izuku Go. Sensei Wu, previously, on Izuku and the ninja. Akuma. Attention everyone, the ninja are here! The smugglers all looked up at the buildings as a light lit up finding the ninja. Kai. Alright, let's do this nice and quick. Kai ran at the smugglers, with one of them trying to attack with his gauntlets. But Kai dodged and grabbed his left arm and used Spinjitsu. Once he finished, Kai released the smuggler's arm, causing he and another smuggler to collide and fall out of the vehicle. One of the smugglers tried to ambush him with a katana, until Kai quickly grabbed his sword and clashed with the katana, causing the katana to slip off the truck and onto the street. To finish, Kai used Spinjitsu on the smuggler, launching him off the vehicle and into the street. Out of nowhere, a knife could be seen through the roof. Cole slightly jumped by this. Acting fast, he punched a hole in the roof and spread it out so he could jump in. As soon as Cole jumps in, he kicks the occupant out of the truck, causing the doors to fling open. While Cole and Kai were tending the other smugglers, Kai saw that one of the smugglers was targeting them with a machine gun, so to save him and Cole, he shot a little flame towards the gun and truck, with the gun exploding, and the car breaking down and losing speed. Izuku, on the other hand, was struggling. He was mostly dodging. The boy wanted to just attack right there right now, but couldn't because of his fear was in the way. The ninja all saw the smuggler corner Izuku with the smuggler's sword as they at the boy to look out. As the smuggler raised his sword about to chop the boy's head off, Izuku did the most reasonable thing to do. He hit the smuggler's jewel with his staff. Izuku Kai J. Cole. OHHHHH. Kai. Don't worry, kid. We'll teach you to become more stronger and skilled, to teach you the way of the ninja, he said with a sincere smile. Cole. Yeah, me too. It'll be good to teach you some things, Izuku. J. I'd like to teach you a few lessons too, as long as you don't give up. Zane. The same as everyone says, Izuku. You shall count on me. Izuku learned a lot from the ninja. With Cole, he learned some moves with his arms and legs, without a weapon. It was hard for Izuku to learn everything, but at least he now knew how to defend himself. Kai taught Izuku how to throw very strong punches, kicks, and how to get tougher. Kai's training was very painful, as Kai needed to give Izuku a couple of hits to help his defense. Not only that, he also had to fight Kaiban take in as many hits he could. It was very painful, but it was all worth it in the end. Now, Izuku seemed to take more hits than he had recently. He may have been in pain, but he needed to fight it. Jay taught Izuku how to have good, fast reflexes and to be agile. It wasn't that painful, but it was tricky, as Jay threw a couple of small jabs at kicks so that Izuku could dodge them. Over time, Izuku was getting the hang of it and started to dodge the attacks more faster. Jay was happy, but he wanted to make it a bit more complicated, so he put a blindfold on Izuku's eyes to see if he could dodge any upcoming blows, and Jay's electricity. To his surprise, Izuku succeeded. Unfortunately, Kai got electrocuted, causing his hair to get messed up along with getting a few laughs in. Zane taught Izuku how to use weapons. At first, Izuku was a bit reluctant to do this, mostly because he had no intention of murdering anyone. But Zane it necessary Izuku might fight someone with a weapon, so the boy accepted. Zane then Izuku, which was a katana. It was a difficult training, as Zane attacked with his shurikens so that Izuku defend himself and fight back. It took a while for Izuku to be able to defend himself from Zane's attacks, but it helped. Not only that, but Izuku was starting to enjoy the katana a little bit. It did alright. Behind the mechanic, a purple light shined across the ominous room. At the center, a large purple crystal was seen. Mechanic immediately recognized the voice and turned around, bowing in front of a giant purple crystal, until a giant shadow with purple eyes emerged inside the crystal. This was the Overlord, now with another name as he calls his form, the Crystal King. Mechanic. And my lord, I apologize for the failure. Overlord. You do not have to apologize. We have everything we need. Now, we just have to wait for Shigaraki to complete what he's doing and to aid him to destroy this Almight person. After that it shall be their turn to cooperate, he said as his shadow vanished from the crystal. End of soundtrack, end 019. Start opening soundtrack, The Weekend Whip, start 3 o'clock. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The screen then blew fire as Kai appeared raising his sword, then looked at the readers while doing Spinjitsu. Once he finished, his mask was removed with a name next to him spelling out, Kai. Pretend he's wearing his Season 5 outfit. Then we'll jump back to it again. The scene then changes to blue as Jay appeared as he pulled out his nunchucks, then doing Spinjitsu. When he finished, his mask came off with the name, Jay, also appearing next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 8 to 10 design. Ninjago. Ninjago. Come on, come on. The scene then goes all white with ice appearing with Zane jumping while spinning his shurikens, then do Spinjitsu. Once he's done, his mask comes off, showing his robotic face with the name, Zane, showing up next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 4 to 7 design. And do the weekend whip. The scene then turns grayish-black as Cole jumps down while slamming his hammer, causing the floor to crack, and does Spinjitsu. As soon as he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Cole, appearing. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit. Ninjago. Ninjago. The scene goes white again with Wu twirling around with his staff a bit before he pointed his staff to the readers with the name, Sensei Wu, appearing in front of him. Come on, come on, come on. And do the weekend whip. The scene then goes green with Izuku in his ninja outfit, while performing his elemental power, then does Spinjitsu. When he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Izuku, appearing. And do the weekend whip. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The scene goes blue for the last time with Izuku, the ninja, and Wu looking at the readers with smiles on their faces. Sensei Wu, Episode 3, Go Izuku Go. UA High School Entrance. Time 8:30. We arrive in front of the doors of UA High. Many students from different schools were entering the building to take the exam in order to get into UA, the most well-known and praised school in all of Japan. It's famous for having students who are now the popular heroes we see today, such as Almight, who was also a student here. Izuku, who was wearing his junior high uniform, had arrived without getting tired. The only problem was that he was both in a hurry and a nervous wreck, because today was the day. The day that he had to show how much his 10 months of training with All Might and the ninja has paid off. Izuku. Just in time. As Izuku continued to walk, he kept thinking about what happened earlier, when All Might forced the boy to swallow his hair. Just for getting reminded of it, Izuku felt disgusted, but it was necessary. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough time to test One for All and was worried that he wouldn't receive the power, but by what All Might said. In a few hours, he'll feel the power coursing through his veins, and that the boy will be able to use it during the exam. Izuku suddenly heard his phone vibrate and stopped walking. He picked the phone up and sees that he's received some messages from both his mother and from the ninja. Design. Good luck on your exam, Izuku. Remember what you've learned. When? Have fun, Izuku. If you have to break something just to get in, then do it. J. Go, Izuku. Show them everything we've taught you. Also, if you attack, make sure to scream our catchphrase. Ninjago. Cole. I believe in you, Izuku. Me, Master Wu, and the others all do. Go, Izuku, go. Izuku smiled. He was happy to see that people actually believed in him. Izuku put his phone away before he heard someone. Get out of my way, Deku! Izuku turned around and saw his former childhood friend, now bully, Katsuki Bakugo. He had short, spiky blonde hair. His eyes were also very sharp and red. Bakugo. I said get out of my way or you're dead! Izuku didn't say anything, or give a reaction. He just simply moved out of Bakugo's way. Some of the other students looked at the blonde one, and were talking about the dubbed sludge incident that happened a few months back. The ninja already knew about Bakugo and what kind of person he was. Since they knew the boy was quirkless, they asked him if he at least had a friend. The only things that he told them was that they stopped being friends due to his quirk status. There were other things, but Izuku didn't tell them because he knew that they would be even more angry. Flashback. Kai. Izuku, if this guy stopped being friends with you for not a quirk, then it's clear to me that this guy's a cocky brat and bully. Zane. I'm nice to everyone, but when someone isn't nice to me, I just ignore them and walk away. Jay. Well, one thing is for sure, if this boy is like this to you, then it is clear that this person does not care about you. Cole. You know, Izuku, if I were you, I'd just end this guy's friendship and stand up for yourself. That's what I did. Kai. I agree with Cole. Whenever you get pushed around, you gotta stand up for yourself, and maybe try to look a bit intimidating. I heard from someone that it's always the purest and most kind ones that are the most scary. End of flashback. Izuku kept looking at Bakugo while thinking about what the ninja had said. On one hand, Izuku didn't want to do it, but on the other hand, he wanted to do what they said. Izuku, is it really true? Does Kaken not care about my existence? The boy stood still and took a deep breath to calm down. Izuku, calm down, Izuku. You spent the last 10 months training with All Might and the ninja. It's time to show everyone that I've changed. If I'm gonna be a hero, then I have to face what's coming at me. Izuku then thought about all the moments he spent with the ninja. From the ninja chasing the truck, to when he trained with them at the bounty, and when they got to know each other. Izuku remained still looking at the building he was about to enter, with a straight face, until he heard a slight chuckle from behind. Hee hee. Izuku turned around and saw a girl trying to contain her laughter as she looked at our protagonist. She had short brown hair, a permanent blush on each cheek, and some pads on each of her fingers. This was Ochako Uraraka. Izuku. Is something wrong? Ochako. I'm sorry, it's just that you were standing there with that face, he, I couldn't resist, she said while trying to contain her laughter. Izuku. Oh, don't worry about it, he said while shaking a bit. Ochako. Again, I'm sorry for laughing. Izuku. And no, it's alright. Because of his quirklessness, no one wanted to talk to him, including girls. Izuku quickly noticed his stutter. He was getting nervous again. Izuku, calm down, Izuku. A girl is just talking to you, completely normal, just remember what Jay told you. Flashback. During his training with Jay, Izuku noticed how he would seemingly call someone speak without stuttering, and getting nervous. Once they took a break, the greenette was drying himself from, until the boy saw how Jay was talking to someone through his phone. The boy gave them space to let them talk alone. By what he saw and heard, he could see how the two talked. He could see how deep their relationship was. However, another interesting detail he saw was how Jay was still himself instead of being a complete mess. Whenever Jay was talking to this person through his phone, he would still be himself. Even though Jay gained a slight blush, he was still talking without stuttering, or getting nervous, or shaking. Izuku was intrigued at this, for he has never been able to interact with a girl his whole life, and even if he tried, he would just stutter and get all shy again. Izuku wanted to change that. He knows that shyness isn't good for anyone, including him. So, he needed advice and knew who to ask. After they finished talking, Jay returned to the outer deck, where Izuku was to continue his training. Seeing that he was coming, Izuku decided to act. Izuku. Hey Jay. Can I ask you something? Jay. Sure. What's on your mind? Izuku. How do you manage to talk to someone without getting all nervous and stuttering? Especially with a girl? Jay understood the question and smiled with a little blush on his cheeks. He let out a little chuckle before replying. Jay. Alright. What did you hear? Izuku. And nothing much. I just overheard how you were talking to someone, and I saw you blush a little. If it makes you feel better, I left so you could talk in peace. I swear. Jay. Oh yeah, it's a friend back in Ninjago, he said while rubbing the back of his head. Izuku. Sounds like you guys are close. Jay. Yeah, we're pretty close. So about that question you asked earlier? Izuku. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you, Jay. I've never talked to a girl about my whole life. Every time I tried, I'd just get all nervous and start stuttering, and plus no one wanted to talk to me because of being quirkless. So I figured I'd ask you for some advice to stop my problem. If it's not too much, of course. Jay looked at the boy agape. In the ninja's perspective, it sounded like Izuku was begging for help and he was the boy's only hope. At this point, Jay saw himself as a possible hero for the boy and was willing to help him even more. Jay. No need to say more, Izuku. For I, Jay Walker, will help you with your girl problem, he said while wrapping around Izuku's neck. Izuku. But that's not what I. He was silenced by the rest of the ninja who was walking towards the two. Kai. Hey guys. What's going on here? Jay. Hey guys, I was just about to give Izuku advice about girls, he said happily while Naya skeptically raised an eyebrow. The three ninja looked at each other, before laughing their butts off. Cole. Really, you telling people advice about girls? Okay then, enrich us, oh girl guru, he said as he was trying to hold back a smirk. Jay. Gladly. You see, Izuku, The key to embracing women is to be funny. Tell a joke, make her laugh, and then seal the deal, right? He said as he started to feel confident. Kai. Yeah, sure. He said while jokingly rolling his eyes. Zane. Look, Izuku. Sure, it's okay to make a girl laugh. But it's not about laughter, it's about being yourself, and once you find the right person, you'll be forgetting you've ever stuttered. Speaking of which, about that stutter. All you need to do is to forget everything around you, breathe slowly, calm down, and then just let it out. End of flashback. Remembering both their advice, Izuku breathed in and out, calmed down, and let his mouth do the talking. Izuku. Would laugh too if I found someone just standing there. I don't blame you though. It's just that I'm a little nervous, so I just stop to think and breathe. He said while shyly putting his hand behind his head to scratch it. Ochako. Oh yeah? I understand too. I confess that I'm also nervous. After all, we're facing the entrance exam to get into the #1 hero school in Japan. Izuku. Yeah, I feel like our efforts will pay off. I feel like we can do it. Ochako. Yeah, that's it. Wait a minute, how rude of me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Izuku. Is she introducing herself to me? Oh my god! She's introducing herself to me. On the outside, Izuku was all calm, but on the inside, the boy was very happy to see that the ninja's advice had worked. Izuku. My name's Izuku Midorya, he said while smiling. Ochako. Izuku? Isn't it Deku? Izuku. Deku. The boy was wide-eyed at the statement. Ochako. It's just that I heard that guy in the blonde yelling at you, and called you Deku. So I figured that was your name. Izuku. Oh, it's not. That guy who said that uses the name Deku as an insult to me. It means useless, weak, or helpless, he said while looking at the front door. Ochako. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. You see, I thought it was your because where I come from, the word Deku means you can do it. She said as she asked for forgiveness. Izuku was surprised at what he was just hearing. For the first time in his whole life, someone didn't call by that name to insult the boy and saw the name as the complete opposite. Izuku. It's okay. If you want, you can call me Deku. The greenette was smiling a little, followed by a hint of pink in his cheeks. Ochako. Really? Izuku nodded. Okay then, Deku. We better hurry up and get in. Wish you luck, she said while smiling. Izuku. Thanks. I wish you the same, Uraraka. He returned the smile as the two started walking together. Izuku. Thank you guys, thank you so much. The boy was bursting with joy on the inside as he managed to have a conversation for the first time in his life. During the written exam, most of the possible students had difficulties, but for Izuku it wasn't that hard. Because of his intelligence, studies, and spending some time with Zane, he was able to finish the test first. After everyone had finished written exam, they went to the auditorium. By a coincidence, Izuku ended up sitting next to Bakugo. The two didn't say anything to each other until the lights came on and a man appeared on stage. He's a tall, thin man with long blonde hair, which he spikes all the way up behind his head, and a small noticeable brown mustache. Has rectangular-shaped eyes with concentric pupils and greenish-yellow irises, and is almost seen with a big smile on his face. His hero costume consists of a black jacket with a very high collar, finished and complete with studs, and matching black pants and high boots. He wears shoulder pads, a red belt, and elbow pads, all with studs, and fingerless black gloves. His neck is always obscured by a directional speaker for his quirk. He wears a pair of headphones with the word Hage written on the headband, and a pair of orange sunglasses. His name is Hisashi Yamada, aka the voice hero, Present Mike. Present Mike. Hello, UA candidates! Welcome to the UA entrance exam. Everybody, say yeah. A long silence then entered the room. On the other hand, Izuku was about to overload from excitement from seeing the pro hero. If Jay was here, he would have definitely yelled back. Like Izuku, Jay was also a fan of pro heroes. Present Mike. Wow, tough crowd. Okay then. I'll just get straight to the point. I'm gonna give you a quick rundown of what the physical test will look like. Are you all ready? Silence filled the room once again. No one said anything, except one person. Izuku. Oh man. Jay would freak out if he was here. I still can't believe that the teachers are pro-heroes. Izuku was starting to go all fanboy as he saw present Mike. Bakugo. Shut up. He was getting irritated by Izuku nerding out. Present Mike. Okay. According to the rules, you'll have 10 minutes of simulated urban battles. After the presentation is finished, you'll all go to each specific battle center. Both Izuku and Bakugo looked at their ID cards. Izuku was put in Battle Center B, while Bakugo was put in A. Bakugo. Is that right? That means we can't work as a team. Izuku. Izuku looked at his card and then took a quick look at Bakugo's, who quickly caught him. Bakugo. Get your damn eyes off my card. You're lucky the teacher is here, otherwise I would kill you right here. Izuku didn't say anything or show any reaction to what Bakugo had said while just staring at him neutrally. Gradually, the boy finally saw what the ninja had said made sense to him. Katsuki Bakugo only cares about himself. Present Mike. In each of these battle centers, there will be 3 different types of fake villains. Each of these fake villains will have points based off what difficulty level they have. You, the examinees, will use your quirks to earn the points by defeating the fake villains in battle. The only rule is to not attack the other examinees. Excuse me, but may I ask a question? One of the students stood up with his hand raised. Present Mike. Sure. Ask away, he said while pointing his finger at said student, causing a sudden spotlight to appear above him. He's a relatively tall and muscular young man with a broad frame. He has short dark blue hair, neatly combed down and parted on the right side of his head, a small shaved patch near the base of his head, and rather squared eyes that remarkably match the pointed shape of his jaw. He has a pretty serious expression, and his eyebrows appear to be permanently pointed inwards, quite thin and long, the end curved inwards, and wears glasses with rectangular lenses that match his eyes. His name is Tenya Lida. Tenya. On this sheet here, it says that there are actually 4 types of fake villains. If this is a mistake, then the most reputable school in Japan should be ashamed. We are students who came here today to become exemplary heroes. And as for you, with the unkempt green hair. He pointed to Izuku, who was surprised to be called. I've been hearing you muttering the whole time. If you're not taking this seriously, then I recommend you leave. You shouldn't be here. Something inside Izuku snapped. He felt uncomfortable with what Lida had said. Izuku was always the silent type when someone was talking about him. But after 10 years of being quiet, Izuku finally decided to say something. Before Present Mike could continue, Izuku spoke first. Izuku. I'm sorry, are you seriously saying that I'm not taking this seriously? Cause first off, I'm sorry for the person sitting about 2 chairs from me. I'm sorry if you're someone who cares about making a big deal out of the slightest little things. Second off, are you really saying I'm not taking this seriously, when you were the one who interrupted Present Mike before he could finish explaining the rules? Now answer me this. Who's not taking this seriously here? Who was the one that interrupted Present Mike's instructions? You or me? He said while looking dead in the eye at Lida, who was both shocked and appalled. Bakugo was silent by what he had just seen. Izuku never responded to anyone like that. He was always quiet, but now, he finally decided to speak. Izuku/Bakugo, since when can I talk like that? Since when can the nerd talk like that? Izuku then suddenly remembered that during the time he spent with Kai, Cole, and Zane, he saw how they didn't talk without a hint of fear. Flashback. In another flashback, we see Izuku sitting on a wooden crate on the upper deck, resting and trying to ignore the pain he went through with his training with Kai, Cole, and Zane, who then entered the deck. Cole. You're holding up better than last time, that's already great progress, he said while Zane gave Izuku an ice pack. Izuku. It still hurts though. Kai. Hee. You haven't seen anything yet. We've been through worse, so you better get used to it, he said while bragging a bit. During that time Izuku spent with the guys, he noticed how they all acted during training or with each other. As time went by, the boy wanted to know one thing. Izuku. Hey guys? Saying you Cole. Yeah? Izuku. I was just thinking. What would each of you do if someone said something about you, in front of everyone? He said while putting the ice pack on his forehead. Kai. I would just call the person off as well. Cole. I would stand up to myself, and say how the person would feel if they were the one being insulted. Zane. I would remind them that saying insulting things can lead to terrible consequences. Why do you ask, Izuku? Izuku was trying to respond to Zane's question, but his shyness kept holding him back. That is, until Kai got the sudden idea of Kai. Oh, I see what's going on. Zane. You do? He said skeptically. Kai. Yeah. You want me to teach you to be tough, right, Izuku? He asked eagerly. Izuku. Wait, what? No, that's not what I mean, dash. Cole. Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Me and Kai could have been teaching you that a while back, he said as he wrapped his arm around Izuku's. Kai. Well, you know what they say. It's never too late to try something new, he said as he also wrapped his arm around Izuku's other arm. Izuku. Wait, hold on. Zane, don't you need some help with the computer or something? Zane. Don't be, I can just ask Jay for some help. You, on the other hand, sounds like you need to get started on your new lesson, he said as he made a casual smile as if Izuku wasn't screaming for help. Izuku. And no, Zane! He screamed as he was being dragged by both arms. End of flashback. Izuku. Wow, guys. What did they do to me? Should I be grateful or worried? Present Mike. Alright, calm down now. Examinee 7111, what the kid in green hair said was right. Next time, wait for me or anyone else to finish before interrupting. Anyway, that fourth robot you mentioned earlier is the 0-pointer. It is worth 0 points, hence the name 0-pointer. The 0-pointer is an obstacle you must avoid. It's in every battle center. You can defeat it, but you won't get any points doing so. Tenya. Thank you for explaining, and I apologize for interrupting, he said as he sat back down. Present Mike. Well, that's it. But first, let's go over our school motto. As the great Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one that overcomes life's difficulties. Now go beyond, plus ultra. Izuku took the paper from him and looked at it with a serious look, before smiling excitedly. 30 minutes later, Izuku and the other candidates were at their proper battle centers. Izuku is wearing his sweater as he was shaking, but not from fear. In fact, the boy himself didn't know why he was shaking. But he didn't pay too much attention to it. It was time to show how all of those months of training paid off. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out both slowly and calmly. He looked around and saw that many of the candidates were all calm, all except for one. He spotted Ochako looking very nervous. Izuku, Uraraka? She looks to be nervous. Alright, Izuku. You gotta help her. She helped you when you were about to fall. It's time you owed her one, he thought before going to her direction. Izuku was walking towards the girl when he felt someone grab his shoulder. He looked behind him and saw that it was Lita who grabbed him. Tenya. That girl looks to be concentrating. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to destroy her chances of getting in? He said sternly. Izuku was starting to get irritated of these sudden conclusions Lita came up with. He then slapped Lita's hand off his shoulder and said, Izuku. Okay, I have a question for you. If you, I don't know, found a child crying in the middle of the street because he somehow lost his parents, would you walk up to him and tell him to shut up because his crying sounds annoying to you? Tenya. Lita didn't know what to say. He knew the reason behind the question, but didn't know what to answer because he quickly noticed that he had another rash decision. Izuku. Look, don't get me wrong. I don't think you're a bad person. Telling people to do the right thing is okay, it's just the way you're doing it is wrong. I guess what I'm saying is, think of how you're going to speak before you actually speak. Izuku. Oh wow. What's gotten into me? I've never spoke like that before. Did the ninja's advice actually work? Izuku's words made Lita think well. he realized that the green boy was right. Before he could say anything else, Present Mike quickly yelled. Present Mike. Alright, let's get started. Everyone looked up and saw the voice hero looking at them. Present Mike. What are you all doing standing there? There's no countdown in real life. Come on, listeners. Izuku and the other candidates then started running towards the battle center. Izuku, alright Izuku. You can do this. You have the strength of All Might by your side, and receive some training from the ninja. According to All Might, One for All will start to come in about 2 to 3 hours, and my body is now more than adequate. But how will I know when it kicks in? How will I activate it? Are there any side effects? Izuku kept running until he was stopped by a one-pointer that broke through a wall and stood in front of him. Soon, the robot saw the boy and ran towards him. Izuku was frightened, but then he remembered what Zane had said a while back. Flashback. During some training with Zane, Izuku fell to the ground as Titanium Ninja kicked his stomach. Wanting to take a break, Zane reached out to the boy, accepting the help. Izuku. Sometimes I forget you're made of metal. You kick hard. Zane. I do suppose that it is mainly because my entire outer shell is coated with titanium. Izuku. Titanium? As in, one of the strongest metals in the world? I knew you were made of some type of metal, but I didn't expect titanium. Zane. Precisely, but that is out of the subject. Izuku, you need to stop hesitating and holding yourself all the time. By my calculations, if you keep hesitating, there is a high chance that you will succumb to injury, and a higher chance in death. Izuku. I don't need to know the odds, Zane. It's just that I'm afraid. Zane. From what exactly? To fight someone with or without a weapon? Izuku. Both probably. Zane. Izuku, you shouldn't be afraid of something like that. Just because I'm made of titanium, doesn't mean that I've never had a dent or two before. I've faced many enemies in my day, faced some that were bigger than me, without my shurikens, and even alone. Izuku. I don't know what to say. One minute I'm all fearless, and the next I'm freezing and shaking. Zane, have you ever been that afraid? Zane. Actually, yes. You see, I didn't always know that I was a ninja. I was an orphan, no family, no friends, no nothing. That was until Master Wu found me. After I had discovered my past and where I came from, that was the first time I was afraid that my brothers wouldn't see me as their brother anymore, but they still accepted me. I guess what Master Wu said was right, brothers are often different. He said as he walked away from the boy. Think about what will make you fight. Zane's words kept echoing in Izuku's head. End of flashback. Izuku, who had his eyes closed, took a deep breath and figured out what he'll fight for. Izuku, I finally figured out what will make me fight Zane. I'll fight for my mom, for All Might, for the ninja, for Master Wu. What makes me fight is everyone who believes in me. Just then, the ground shook a bit. Izuku opened his eyes and runs towards the robot. The robot attacks Izuku, but he dodges and punches it in the face, causing it to short-circuit and shut down. Izuku looked at his right arm and saw red lines all around it. He jumped a bit, but he quickly realized what it was. One for All was finally taking place. Izuku. Oh my god, oh my god! Thank you, Zane! Izuku smiled at the fact that he able to use the power, and being able to control it for that matter. Insert soundtrack, Discovering Spinjitsu / Dragon Ride J. Vincent, Start, 018. His little celebration was soon interrupted by a three-pointer that appeared next to him. Izuku looks at it with determination and advanced towards it. The robot attacks one of his legs, but Izuku went under the robot and sent it flying with One for All. Izuku then runs to find more robots. While running, he sees other candidates destroying robots. He saw how Ochako made 4 robots float, until she pressed the pads on her fingers together, causing them to all fall and be destroyed. Izuku was impressed with this power, as it is the first time he's seen her using it. Ochako. With that should be about 28 points. She was panting a little before running again. Izuku, 28 points? Wow, she's good. I got to find some robots fast. Izuku ran to another direction and saw that 3 robots, being 2 two-pointers on the side, and a 3-pointer in the lead, were heading towards one of the candidates, who appeared to be French. His name is Yuga Aoyama, and he was busy shooting his laser at the robot in front of him. Izuku chased the robots, and soon realized that this situation seemed familiar. Izuku, hold on, it's just like the training course. His eyes replaced the robots with the training course back at the bounty. How did it go right? He thought as he used one for all in his legs to jump towards the robots. Izuku, over the planks. He used his legs to jump on the side of the first 2-pointer and kicked to advance towards the other 2-pointer, causing the first one to fall. Dodge the swords. He kicked the other one and fell as well, and front flipped over the 3-pointer. Here comes the dummy! He lunged towards Aoyama as he started to spin. As he was spinning, Izuku felt time slow down for him. His eyes started to glow brightly as green particles started to appear out of him. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a light green tornado. Izuku had realized what was happening. He had learned Spinjitsu. He grabbed Aoyama before the robot could stomp him. He stopped and looked at the French boy. Izuku. Hey, are you okay? Yuga. Yes, thank you. Mon ami, we make quite the pair, he said while striking a dramatic pose, which Izuku found a bit weird. Izuku. Okay then, good luck, he said before running to another robot. I can't believe it, I did Spinjitsu for the first time. I gotta tell the others about this. He keeps running until he sees three robots. One was a 3-pointer, and the other 2 were a 1-pointer and 2-pointer. Izuku runs towards the 2-pointer, rips its right leg off. He uses the leg to pierce the 2-pointer, before throwing it to the 3-pointer, causing it to be destroyed. As for the 1-pointer, Izuku took a deep breath, jumps and yelled. Izuku. Ninjago! He uses Spinjitsu to climb up the robot's right arm and finishes it off with a right hook to the face, causing it to be destroyed. Izuku runs away from the wreckage to find more robots. End of soundtrack, End 051. Monitoring room. In a monitoring room, the UA teachers were there. They were all watching the students from the cameras and analyzed each one of them carefully. It is clear that they do not know how many more villains are either present or located. They have a limited time and must cover the area and hunt down the last target, the voice said while the judges continued to watch the exam through the screen. He is relatively shorter than all of the teachers. Has the body parts of a dog, a mouse, and a bear. His outfit contains just a tuxedo and a pair of orange shoes. He has a very large scar over his right eye. This is the principal of UA High School, Nizu. Nizu. While some use intelligence to gather skills to plan strategies, he said while looking at the image of a boy with tentacles morphing into different body parts. Nizu. Others use speed to get ahead of others, he said while looking at Lita as he was skidding on the ground. Nizu. Of course, you always have to keep calm under pressure, he said while looking at Aoyama, who was looking at the camera while shooting his laser. Nizu. No matter the power and combat skills. The image of Bakugo appeared with him panting and smiling like a psychopath. Nizu. The most successful students use a combination of tactics. They are the ones who will get the highest score on this exam. He kept looking at the screens. I'd say this year's group of students looks promising. A female voice spoke this time. The voice had a combination of both flirtatious and seductive. Tashinori. Well, there's no way to really know yet. The real test starts now. He opened the lid of a box that contained a red button and pressed it. Back with Izuku, he was panting with a banged-up 3-pointer behind him. Izuku. That makes it 20 points. I'd better get some more before time runs out. Before he could run for more points, Izuku felt the entire fake city begin to shake. The students were in shock as something large was heading towards them, as the windows cracked and the ground cracked as it passed the buildings. Izuku turned around to see what the cause of all the noise and shaking was, and when he looked up, he saw a robot the size of a kaiju, staring at them menacingly as it crushed the building on top of them. Izuku, you have got to be kidding me. That's the 0-pointer? They have to be exaggerating, he thought while shivering a bit. The 0-pointer stomped on the ground, causing the floor to crack and the dust to rise up. The students had to shield their eyes from the dust. After the dust had subsided, Izuku opened his eyes to see the candidates running away from the robot, including Lida, who saw the greenette standing there, looking at the robot. Tashinori. Now things are about to get interesting. This is when a person's true colors is revealed when the danger is in front of them. Present mic. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Izuku woke up from his trance upon hearing Present Mic's announcement. Izuku. Less than 2 minutes? I'd better go get some more points. Izuku started to run away from the 0-pointer. Until he heard a groan of pain. Izuku had stopped running, and turned around to see what had caused said groan. He saw Ochako trapped in the rubble, and the worst part was that no one was helping her. Izuku, Uraraka. Izuku started to shake more. But not out of fear, but out of anger, as all the sound in his ears began to go silent. She was there pleading for help, and yet, no one had helped. Izuku, why isn't anyone helping her? He thought angrily as he looked at the other candidates who were running away before looking at the robot. He remembered how kind and gentle she was to him, and started to run with all his might to save her. Tashinori. There is no merit in defeating a fake villain. Izuku inserts one for all in his legs, letting him do a super jump. Tashinori. But this is a perfect opportunity to shine. Izuku gripped his right fist and inserted one for all into it. He felt more power than before, but he didn't care. Right now, he had someone to save. Izuku remembered All Might's words as he felt the energy in his fist. Izuku. Swallow that smash! He shouted before punching the 0-pointer in the face, causing it to be destroyed. It resulted in an explosion, and being pushed back from the force of the punch, and started to fall as it exploded. Everyone were beyond shocked by Izuku's power, with most of them gaping. Tashinori. That's right, he said with a proud smile. Show them who you really are. Show them what it really means to be a hero. Nothing is more nobler than self-sacrifice. Izuku was shocked as both his hand and arm were quite sore due to exceeding the limit of how much power of one for all he could handle. Izuku, this is just like before when I saved Kaken. But a bit different, he thought while looking at the falling robot. Present mic. 1 more minute left! The announcement caused Izuku to come out of his trance. Izuku was at a loss, because he didn't think about how to land. He found some debris from the 0-pointer falling to the ground. That's when he came up with the idea. He used Spinjitsu to land on the piece debris and continued doing so until he landed on the ground. Izuku. Wow! That was crazy! Ouch! He screamed before looking at his now broken arm. So this is the side effect when I go over my limits, huh? Good to know. The pain was unbearable for Izuku, but thanks to his training with the ninja, he was resisting. Izuku looked around and saw Ochako, who was still stuck in the rubble, who was also looking at the boy with a shocked expression. Izuku approached her and used his left arm to clear the rubble from her. Izuku. Are you okay, Ochako? Ochako. I'm fine. Thanks for saving me. Izuku. Good. Can you get up? Ochako tried to get up, but almost fell as her foot was twisted. Luckily, Izuku caught the girl before she fell. He groaned in pain, for she accidentally touched his right arm. She then noticed the state of the arm. Ochako. Oh my gosh! You need to see a doctor. Izuku. I can't, not yet. I still need to get some more point dash. Present mic. Time's up. Izuku was interrupted by Mic's announcement. Izuku. What? No. Izuku felt empty, as he thought he didn't have enough points to pass. Ochako. Deku, are you okay? She saw the boy's expression and became more worried. Izuku. Yeah, I'm fine. He gave the girl a smile. Come on, I'll help you. He put the girl's right arm on his neck, while he held her torso with his left arm. Ochako blushed as she looked at Izuku. She was amazed to see what he did. He's in worse pain than her, but he missed the chance to get more points just to save her. She didn't know what to say. They continued to walk until the two ran into the other candidates, who were still in shock of what they just saw. They saw some very simple plain-looking boy destroy a huge robot with one punch. Izuku didn't mind getting looks from people, even more so that he was a little upset, if not pissed, that didn't even try to help her. On the other hand, he was happy to help, even though the price was immense pain. Tenya. He sacrificed himself to save that girl, even though he knew it was dangerous and that the 0-pointer wouldn't give any points. He must have known that there was little time. How much more points did he need to pass? He put his life at risk. But even so, he didn't hesitate to jump in. If this wasn't for the exam, then of course I would do the same. Wait. The exam, the judges. They saw. He started to think about it when everyone heard someone approaching. They turned to see an old woman with a large shot for a cane. Her hair was tied to a bun with a shot in the hair. She wore a white coat, a pair of pink boots, a pair of yellow gloves, and a visor over her head. She is the nurse of UA High School. Her name is Chio Shuzenji, aka the youthful hero, Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl. Don't worry anymore, I'm here. Anyone who is injured, please come to me. Seeing Recovery Girl, Izuku walked towards her with Ochako in his arms. Izuku. Recovery Girl, please help her. He put Ochako on the floor gently. Recovery Girl. Of course, just leave it to me. But first, you need to be assisted first. She pointed at the boy's arm. Izuku. Don't worry, it's just a broken arm. I can take it. Recovery Girl. You can't just keep your arm like that. It won't do you any good. Now come, sit. She pointed at the floor. Izuku sighed and sat down. Recovery Girl examined his arm before kissing his head. The pain slowly faded away, but Izuku started to feel tired and fell unconscious. Ochako. Is he alright? Recovery Girl. He'll be fine. He just needs to rest. It's almost as if his body just got used to his quirk. Recovery Girl watched Ochako as she looked at Izuku. She was worried about the greenette. She was very grateful for him saving her life, but saddened to think that he wouldn't get into UA because he didn't have enough points. Today, Ochako Uraraka saw Izuku Midorya as her hero. Recovery Girl. Alright now, young lady. It's your turn. Anyone else who needs medical assistance, come to me. Tenya. I wonder, did the exam have other factors that I didn't take into account? Is it possible that he thought as he looked at Izuku with wide eyes. A week later. We arrived in the Midorya household as it was already dark. Izuku was in his room, and was on a call with the ninja. Izuku. So you haven't found anything on the Crystal Council yet? Sane. Not yet. We've been looking all over for anything, but we haven't found anything. We suspected they're now working in the shadows. Cole. Especially with the heroes being on high alert now after the chase. Izuku. I understand. I believe that someday we'll find them and finish them off. If you guys need my help, I'll help you. Even if I'm in UA. J. By the way, I have two things to say. One, I still can't believe you did Spinjitsu, man. Zane. It is quite a sight to see. Cole. Yeah, congrats, Izuku. Izuku. Heh, thanks guys. J. And two, did you get the letter from UA yet? Izuku was silent, for he had feared he hadn't passed. A part of him feared he didn't pass, but another part said he would. J. Izuku? Izuku. It didn't arrive yet. Kai. Izuku, you need to chill. 20 points may be enough to pass. You just gotta think positive. Saying Kai's right, Izuku. We believe you're going to make it. But if you don't, what you did today was the actions of a real hero. Izuku. Thanks, Zane. He was happy for the ninja's words until he heard his mother knocking on the door. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. The letter is here. Izuku. I got to go, I'll call you back. He hung up the call and walked to the door. Upon opening it, he found his mother gasping as she held the letter in her hands. He takes the letter, looks at his mother, and tells her that he needs to see the results alone. Inside the room, Izuku was at his desk looking at the letter before ripping it up. When opened, a metal disc fell on the table and a hologram came out. Almight. I am here in a projection. He appeared in his hero form, which made Izuku jump. Izuku. Almight? But the letter is from UA, right? He questioned the hologram. Almight. I know it's been a while, but I had a lot of paperwork to take care of, so that's why I couldn't get in touch sooner. For that, I apologize. He bowed. To be honest, I didn't came to this city to find a new successor. That's right, I've decided to teach the new generation of heroes and work at UA. Izuku. Almight's working at UA. Almight. Now let's get straight to the point. In the written exam, you passed with flying colors. In the practical test, you got 20 points. Just barely enough to pass. Izuku felt relief from All Might's words. All that dread gone. Insert soundtrack. Laptop breaks / home movies mark Mother's Ball. All Might. But that's not all. Izuku listened carefully. What many didn't know is that there were other factors in the exam. Izuku. Other factors? What do you mean? All Might. Before you look at your results, check out this video. The screen switched to the video, which showed Ochako. Ochako. Excuse me. May I take a moment to your time? Izuku. Uraraka? All Might. She came personally to negotiate after the exam. Want to know more? Let's keep watching. He pressed play and the video continued. Ochako. Do you know the examinee Izuku Midorya? He's got messy green hair and some freckles. Izuku, she's talking about me, why? Ochako. Would it be possible to give him some of my points? Izuku's eyes widened at what he just heard. Ochako. I heard him say he needed some more points to get in. So I was wondering if I could offer him some of my points. It's because of me that he didn't get any points. So please, let me reciprocate. Izuku was speechless. He suddenly remembered Bakugo's words of how Izuku will never be a hero. And from Death Arms scolding him. And other horrible words he heard. He also remembered the positive words he received from his friends, from Master Wu, from All Might, his mother, his father, and now her. All Might. In addition to a quirk, it is actions that spur others to act. He turned to the camera. The exam wasn't just scoring the result against villains. He resumed the video. Present Mike. Relax, little listener, he earned just enough points to pass. But even if he didn't, you wouldn't need to give him points. He patted the girl on the head. All Might. We've all seen what you've done, young Midorya. Not only did you help that young lady, but you've also helped other candidates while you were chasing your points. How could a hero school reject those who save others and do the right thing? After all, that is what a hero does. You received other than villain points. You also received rescue points. These points are awarded by a panel of judges. It's one of the skills we cherish here at UA. All Might shows Izuku's results and is shocked. And point 1 Izuku Midorya. Villain points, 20/rescue points, 150. Izuku couldn't believe it. He placed first in the exam cause of rescue points. And he did it cause of his actions. All Might. You both passed. Come now, young Midorya. Welcome to your hero academia. End of song. Izuku felt joy all around him, and his tears couldn't stop falling. Insert soundtrack, Ninjago Overture J. Vincent, start, 020. Izuku stood up with tears on his face. He had never been this happy in his entire life. He looked at a picture frame of him and his dad when he was little. He smiled even more as he remembered those precious moments. Izuku managed to follow his dream. Izuku left his room as his mother was walking back and forth down the hall. She stopped when she saw her son. He looked at her and gave her the biggest, brightest smile ever. Izuku. I did it. Inko gave her son a huge hug as she got emotional about him. She walked away saying they should celebrate, but Izuku said he changed first, and in fact, he sent a message to his friends. At the bounty, they were worried for Izuku's results. Until they heard a call coming from Kai's phone. It was Izuku, and Kai picked up. A few minutes later, after talking to the boy, Kai turns to the others and says he made it. They were happy and cheered. Master Wu watched as his students were celebrating. This displays of joy proves that his students and his late friend's son see each other as siblings. He looked at an old picture of him and Hisashi. He smiles as he thinks Hisashi would be happy. Back to Izuku, he wiped his tears and took a deep breath. His path to becoming a hero was finally beginning, and he felt ready for whatever came. He looked at the window and smiled as he stared into the starry night. Episode 4, First Day Jitters. Sensei Wu, previously, on Izuku and the ninja. Ochako. Yeah, that's it. Wait a minute, how rude of me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Izuku. My name's Izuku Midorya, he said while smiling. Ochako. Izuku? Isn't it Deku? Izuku. Deku. The boy was wide-eyed at the statement. Ochako. It's just that I heard that guy in the blonde yelling at you, and called you Deku. So I figured that was your name. Izuku. Oh, it's not. That guy who said that uses the name Deku as an insult to me. It means useless, weak, or helpless, he said while looking at the front door. Ochako. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. You see, I thought it was your because where I come from, the word Deku means you can do it. She said as she asked for forgiveness. Izuku was surprised at what he was just hearing. For the first time in his whole life, someone didn't call by that name to insult the boy and saw the name as the complete opposite. Izuku. It's okay. If you want, you can call me Deku. The greenette was smiling a little, followed by a hint of pink in his cheeks. Ochako. Really? Izuku nodded. Okay then, Deku. We better hurry up and get in. Wish you luck, she said while smiling. Izuku. Thanks. I wish you the same, Uraraka. He returned the smile as the two started walking together. Present Mike. In each of these battle centers, there will be 3 different types of fake villains. Each of these fake villains will have points based off what difficulty level they have. You, the examinees, will use your quirks to earn the points by defeating the fake villains in battle. The only rule is to not attack the other examinees. Tenya. On this sheet here, it says that there are actually 4 types of fake villains. If this is a mistake, then the most reputable school in Japan should be ashamed. We are students who came here today to become exemplary heroes. And as for you, with the unkempt green hair. He pointed to Izuku, who was surprised to be called. I've been hearing you muttering the whole time. If you're not taking this seriously, then I recommend you leave. You shouldn't be here. Something inside Izuku snapped. He felt uncomfortable with what Lita had said. Izuku was always the silent type when someone was talking about him. But after 10 years of being quiet, Izuku finally decided to say something. Before Present Mike could continue, Izuku spoke first. Izuku. I'm sorry, are you seriously saying that I'm not taking this seriously? Cause first off, I'm sorry for the person sitting about 2 chairs from me. I'm sorry if you're someone who cares about making a big deal out of the slightest little things. Second off, are you really saying I'm not taking this seriously, when you were the one who interrupted Present Mike before he could finish explaining the rules? Now answer me this. Who's not taking this seriously here? Who was the one that interrupted Present Mike's instructions? You or me? He said while looking dead in the eye at Lita, who was both shocked and appalled. Bakugo was silent by what he had just seen. Izuku never responded to anyone like that. He was always quiet, but now, he finally decided to speak. Izuku/Bakugo, since when can I talk like that / since when can the nerd talk like that? Just then, the ground shook a bit. Izuku opened his eyes and runs towards the robot. The robot attacks Izuku, but he dodges and punches it in the face, causing it to short-circuit and shut down. Izuku looked at his right arm and saw red lines all around it. He jumped a bit, but he quickly realized what it was. One for all was finally taking place. Izuku. Over the planks. He used his legs to jump on the side of the first 2-pointer and kicked to advance towards the other 2-pointer, causing the first one to fall. Dodge the swords. He kicked the other one and fell as well, and front flipped over the 3-pointer. Here comes the dummy. He lunged towards Aoyama as he started to spin. As he was spinning, Izuku felt time slow down for him. His eyes started to glow brightly as green particles started to appear out of him. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a light green tornado. Izuku had realized what was happening. He had learned Spinjitsu. He keeps running until he sees three robots. One was a 3-pointer, and the other 2 were a 1-pointer and 2-pointer. Izuku runs towards the 2-pointer, rips its right leg off. He uses the leg to pierce the 2-pointer, before throwing it to the 3-pointer, causing it to be destroyed. As for the 1-pointer, Izuku took a deep breath, jumps and yelled. Izuku! Ninjago! He uses Spinjitsu to climb up the robot's right arm and finishes it off with a right hook to the face, causing it to be destroyed. Izuku runs away from the wreckage to find more robots. Tashinori. Well, there's no way to really know yet. The real test starts now. He opened the lid of a box that contained a red button and pressed it. Back with Izuku, he was panting with a banged-up 3-pointer behind him. Izuku. That makes it 20 points. I'd better get some more before time runs out. Before he could run for more points, Izuku felt the entire fake city begin to shake. The students were in shock as something large was heading towards them, as the windows cracked and the ground cracked as it passed the buildings. Izuku turned around to see what the cause of all the noise and shaking was, and when he looked up, he saw a robot the size of a kaiju, staring at them menacingly as it crushed the building on top of them. He saw Ochako trapped in the rubble, and the worst part was that no one was helping her. Izuku, Uraraka. Izuku started to shake more. But not out of fear, but out of anger, as all the sound in his ears began to go silent. She was there pleading for help, and yet, no one had helped. Izuku, why isn't anyone helping her? He thought angrily as he looked at the other candidates who were running away before looking at the robot. Izuku inserts one for all in his legs, letting him do a super jump. Tashinori. But this is a perfect opportunity to shine. Izuku gripped his right fist and inserted one for all into it. He felt more power than before, but he didn't care. Right now, he had someone to save. Izuku remembered Almight's words as he felt the energy in his fist. Izuku. Swallow that smash! He shouted before punching the 0-pointer in the face, causing it to be destroyed. It resulted in an explosion, and being pushed back from the force of the punch, and started to fall as it exploded. Everyone were beyond shocked by Izuku's power, with most of them gaping. Tashinori. That's right, he said with a proud smile. Show them who you really are. Show them what it really means to be a hero. Nothing is more nobler than self-sacrifice. Almight. We've all seen what you've done, young Midorya. Not only did you help that young lady, but you've also helped other candidates while you were chasing your points. How could a hero school reject those who save others and do the right thing? After all, that is what a hero does. You received other than villain points. You also received rescue points. These points are awarded by a panel of judges. It's one of the skills we cherish here at UA. All Might shows Izuku's results and is shocked. And point 1 Izuku Midorya. Villain points, 20/rescue points, 150. Izuku couldn't believe it. He placed first in the exam cause of rescue points. And he did it cause of his actions. All Might. You both passed. Come now, young Midorya. Welcome to your hero academia. Izuku left his room as his mother was walking back and forth down the hall. She stopped when she saw her son. He looked at her and gave her the biggest, brightest smile ever. Izuku. I did it. Inko gave her son a huge hug as she got emotional about him. She walked away saying they should celebrate, but Izuku said he changed first, and in fact, he sent a message to his friends. End of soundtrack, end 019. Start opening soundtrack, the weekend whip, start 3 o'clock. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The screen then blew fire as Kai appeared raising his sword, then looked at the readers while doing Spinjitsu. Once he finished, his mask was removed with a name next to him spelling out, Kai. Pretend he's wearing his Season 5 outfit. Then we'll jump back to it again. The scene then changes to blue as Jay appeared as he pulled out his nunchucks, then doing Spinjitsu. When he finished, his mask came off with the name, Jay, also appearing next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 8 to 10 design. Ninjago. Ninjago. Come on, come on. The scene then goes all white with ice appearing with Zane jumping while spinning his shurikens, then do Spinjitsu. Once he's done, his mask comes off, showing his robotic face with the name, Zane, showing up next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 4 to 7 design. And do the weekend whip. The scene then turns grayish-black as Cole jumps down while slamming his hammer, causing the floor to crack, and does Spinjitsu. As soon as he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Cole, appearing. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit. Ninjago. Ninjago. The scene goes white again with Wu twirling around with his staff a bit before he pointed his staff to the readers with the name, Sensei Wu, appearing in front of him. Come on, come on, come on. And do the weekend whip. The scene then goes green with Izuku in his ninja outfit, while performing his elemental power, then does Spinjitsu. When he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Izuku, appearing. And do the weekend whip. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The scene goes blue for the last time with Izuku, the ninja, and Wu looking at the readers with smiles on their faces. Sensei Wu, Episode 4, First Day Jitters. We arrive at Dagoba Beach, with Tashinori admiring the view of the ocean while waiting for his successor. A few hours ago, he contacted the boy to talk about his new power. He then heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Izuku. Izuku. Hey, Almight! His outburst made Tashinori spit out some blood. Tashinori. Keep it down, kid! He silently whispered to his successor, before hearing a nearby couple scream. Girlfriend. The Almight! Boyfriend. Where is he, where? Tashinori. Quick, say that you were wrong! He silently whispered. Izuku. Oh, sorry! I made a mistake! He shouted at the couple. Girlfriend. Oh man. Boyfriend. I wanted an autograph. The couple soon returned to their date, while Tashinori and Izuku to sigh of relief. Tashinori. Anyway, congratulations on the approval. They high-five each other. Izuku. Thanks. I appreciate the help. It's because of you that I wouldn't have been here in the first place. Tashinori. Speaking of which, I want to tell you something. 1. I haven't told anyone from UA about our connection, and 2. I wasn't one of the judges, so all of those rescue points you got, that was all you. Izuku then bowed in thanks. Izuku. Thanks. Izuku suddenly remembered something important. Wait, that reminds me. I was surprised that you were going to be a teacher at UA. I was wondering why you came here since your agency, Might Tower, is in Minato, Tokyo. Tashinori. Okay, I'm going to be straight with you. Your fanboy manners frighten me a bit. He interrupted Izuku's fanboy mode. As for me being a teacher at UA, the school didn't want me to tell anyone until they made the official announcement. They called me at UA while I was looking for a successor. Izuku. So he was planning on choosing one of the students, someone with a quirk. He started to remember their first talk on that roof. Tashinori. Speaking of which, his comment caught Izuku's attention. How did it feel to have a quirk, and being able to use it for the first time? Izuku. It was awesome. I felt so stronger, faster, more confident that I could do the things that I did. But at the same time, I still need to improve more. I even felt that side effect you told me about. My entire right arm broke when I punched that 0-pointer. Tashinori. Yeah, I noticed. That was because you passed the limit of how much power you can handle right now. Even though your body is enough to access one for all, you still need to adapt so that you'll have full control over it. You said it yourself, it's your first time using a quirk. For a kid that's never had a quirk his entire life, you continue to surprise me, especially with that little tornado thing you did. He chuckled a bit. Izuku stiffened a bit when he heard his predecessor's reminder of that tornado. Of course, he didn't tell All Might that he was training with the ninja. Izuku. Yeah, good thing that I have a good body to use one for all. He scratched his head and letting out a shy smile. Tashinori. Remember, just because you now have access to one for all, doesn't mean you have full control of it. But I believe that one day, you will have full control. The more you train with it, you can move it freely. He then transformed into his buff form. Like this. Suddenly. Look, it's Almight. Really? Where'd he come from? The couple from earlier showed up again and saw Almight. Almight. Now we run! He then ran. Izuku. Yes, sir! He ran after his mentor. As they ran, Almight looked over his shoulder at the green boy and thought. Almight, the power that I've passed on to you is small, but it's strong enough to access and use. Over time, you will unlock a potential that will surpass my own. The more powerful you become, the more you'll shine. Eventually, I'll retire. Man, that was deep. After successfully running away from the couple, Izuku said bye to Almight, saying that he'll return home. When in reality, he was going to meet up with his friends. They had arranged to meet at the Bounty. Izuku put on a mask, looked around, and climbs up some fences. He runs to the abandoned seaport and arrives. Izuku. Hey guys. I came as fast as I what the? Cole. Listen to me, blue boy. No one, and I mean no one, messes with my cake. You got that? He had Jay's head under his arm. Jay. Okay. I'm sorry. It was a joke. Cole. I was hungry. Izuku was a little worried with the various bickering at first, but he got used to it over time. Zane. Cole becomes very serious when it comes to his cake. He chuckled for a bit before whistling. Guys, Izuku has arrived. Jay. Oh, hey man. He waved at the green boy. Cole soon let go of Jay, looking at him before pointing at him, and punching his fists together, making the blue ninja gulp his throat a little. Izuku. So why'd you guys call? Zane. We wanted to congratulate you for your passing on the exam. Jay. Yeah, man. I knew you could do it, you were a real hero. Izuku. It was nothing, I just did what anyone would do. He scratched the back of his head. Kai. Okay, can you just please stop? He gave a disapproving look. Izuku. What are you talking about? Kai. Are you listening to yourself right now? We didn't teach you our moves just so that you can devalue yourself. Zane. Do you know what you have? A very low self-esteem. Cole. Yeah. Look, if anyone would do what you did, then why didn't they? Izuku was about to answer Cole's question, but closed his mouth. Cole was right. When he went to save Uraraka, he went alone to help her. Jay. Cole's right. You should see more value in yourself. Izuku. Really? Jay. Yeah. Tell yourself that you're amazing. Kai. Say that you're on fire. Cole. The point is, you need to be positive with yourself. She put her hand on the boy's shoulder. Izuku. Thanks, guys. I think I needed to hear that. By the way, is there any other reason why you called me over? Cole. Since your classes start in April, we decided that you'll receive a new form of training. Izuku. New form of training? Who's going to teach me? I will. Everyone turned around to see Master Wu walking towards them. Wu. It's time for you to improve. Izuku swallowed hard before turning to his friends. He noticed that they had forced smiles, as if they were saying, good luck. Izuku freaked out a little, but soon endured. Izuku. Please, Master Wu. Teach me your ways. He bowed, making the old man smile. Wu. Of course. He turned around, but without the boy noticing, Wu quickly turned back around to his Izuku's feet with his staff, making the boy falling on his butt. Izuku. Ouch. Wu. Your training will begin tomorrow, I'll be waiting. He then left to the corridors. Zane. Well, look on the bright side, Izuku. Master Wu will be training you. Izuku. And the dark side? Jay. Master Wu will be training you. Izuku swallowed hard again, mentally preparing for the next day. April 1st. In the Midorya house, we see that Izuku is putting on his shoes, while Inko was standing behind him. Inko. Do you have your stuff? Izuku. Yes. Inko. Are you sure? Izuku. Yeah, Mom. I'm sure, alright, I have to go. He was about to head out, until Inko called him one last time. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. Yeah? Inko. I just wanted to tell you that you look great, and that I'm so proud of you. She had a little bit of tears. Izuku smiles and quickly hugs his mother. Izuku. Thanks, Mom. I'll see you later. Inko. I'll see you later, my little hero. She had a smile. UA High School. We see Izuku running in the halls of UA while looking for his classroom. He was looking for his class, Class 1A. Izuku. 1A, 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 geez, this place is huge. Wait a second, there it is. Now facing the door of 1A, but a little detail made Izuku stop his tracks. Oh wow. This door is giant. He gripped his backpack tightly while taking a deep breath. Izuku. Okay, relax, Izuku. You've come this far and earned it. Behind this door are the most promising students that have passed the exam. I just hope I'm not in the same classroom as. He had images of both Bakugo and Lita in his head. Izuku. I pray to the first Spinjitsu master, he whispered. Wasting no more time, he opened the door. Don't put your feet on that desk. What? How dare you put your feet on your desk? This is the school's property, and it's the first day for that matter. Come on, for eyes. Why does it matter? Izuku, of course I just had to jinx myself, did I? He saw both Bakugo and Lita in his class. Tenya. Let's start over, shall we? My name is Tenya Lita, from Sumai Academy. Bakugo. Sumai, huh? Then you must be damn elite, I'm gonna have fun crushing you. He smiled mischievously. Tenya. See, crush me? Are you truly here to become a hero? The two stopped their bickering when they saw Izuku. It's him. Everyone in the room soon looked where Lita was looking. Yuga. Oh, I remember you. Bonjour, mon ami. He greeted with a wave. Izuku noticed some of the looks everyone was giving. Izuku. Gee, good morning. Tenya. Good morning. My name is Dash. Izuku. Tenya Lita from Sumai Academy. I heard I'm Izuku Midorya. Tenya. Izuku Midorya first, I'd like to apologize for the day of the exam. You were right that I shouldn't make rash guesses. He bowed. Izuku. Hey, we all make mistakes. I think we started on the wrong foot the other day, so let's just start over. Tenya. Just as I thought, you are, in fact, better than me. Izuku. Come again? Tenya. In the practical exam, you discovered its true meaning, correct? Izuku. Wait, what? Tenya. It seems that I've misjudged you. When I saw you save that girl, I understood that I judged you too soon. You are truly better than me. Izuku. Sorry, but I didn't dash. Deku. It's you. I knew you'd be here. Izuku turned around and then felt two arms wrapped around him, as it was the brown-haired girl from the exam. Izuku, Uraraka. She's hugging me. Oh God. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Uraraka. You made it through, just like President Mike said. Izuku wasn't paying attention to what she was saying since. Izuku, holy crap. She looks really cute in that uniform. Wait, no, bad Izuku. He was having an internal struggle. Uraraka. I'm glad we're in the same class. I hope we can get along better from now on. Izuku. Why, yeah, same. The poor boy blushed. While everyone was watching them talk, a certain blonde explosive boy was extremely irritated that Izuku of all people managed to get into UA. Flashback. Izuku and Bakugo were at the principal's office to inform them that they'd been accepted at UA. Principal. I can't believe that we not only have one, but two students from our school have been accepted at UA, and it's Midorya for that matter. It's a miracle! Izuku was happy, but Bakugo was pissed. That day, Izuku noticed that all of his classmates were looking at weirdly. He ignored them. Before he could go to the bounty to train with Master Wu, he felt someone grab him by the collar of his shirt and threw him against the wall. To his surprise, it was Bakugo. Bakugo. Alright, what kind of trick did you use, huh? The only person who was supposed to go to UA from this damn school was ruined. And it's all your fault. Izuku didn't say anything. Bakugo. I warned you what would happen if you enrolled in UA. And now you're going to pay dearly. Bakugo was about to punch the green boy in the face, until he stopped his hand and gripped it tightly. Izuku, listen here, I want to make this very, very clear. You are not my parent, much less my superior and much less than a god. I've met amazing people who believe in me. And now I have my change to get into UA and I'm not going to miss it. I don't care what you say or think anymore. Like it or not, you can't stop me, Bakugo. His voice sounding venomous and his eyes started to glow a little when he said the blonde's name. Izuku then pushed Bakugo away and continued on his way. Bakugo had a perplexed look on his face. End of flashback. Bakugo, what are you up to, Deku? Ochako, I wonder what our orientation will be like. What will our teacher be like? Are you nervous? Izuku, a little bit, hee. If you came here to make friends, then get out. Izuku/Ochako. Huh! They both turned around and saw a man lying on the floor, inside his sleeping bag. This is the hero course, not a nursery. Izuku Ochako Tenya, what is that? The man started to get up and get out of the sleeping bag. He's a man of average height, has long, messy hair going up to his shoulders. He has a look that looks like he just woke up, a scruffy beard, and tired eyes. He wears a simple black outfit, being a long-sleeved shirt and pants. He wears a black utility belt and a scarf around his neck. This is Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. Aizawa. It took all of you 8 seconds to be quiet. I hope this doesn't happen again. Izuku, is this guy a pro hero? He looks like he hasn't slept in weeks. Aizawa. I'm your teacher, Shota Aizawa. A pleasure to meet you. Everyone, he's our teacher? Izuku, he's our teacher? Aizawa. I know it's sudden, but out this on and go to the courtyard. He pulled out a UA sports uniform. Aizawa then left without a word. Teacher's room. In the teacher's room, we see Tashinori reading a notebook called Staff List. Tashinori, the UA system doesn't follow the same path as other schools. Depending on the teacher, the first day might be with Class 1A. Class 1A? A Quirk assessment test? They were all in shock. Ochako. But what about orientation? Aizawa. If you all want to be heroes, then you can't waste time with useless events. The class was shocked by their teacher's words. Here at UA we're not bound by tradition, that's how I run my class. You've taken these tests most of your life already, but you've never used your quirks before. He took his phone and showed a list of 8 things. The country still thinks that we are being equal by not allowing people with quirks to participate. That isn't rational at all. The Ministry of Education is outdated. He turned to Bakugo. Bakugo, you placed in 2nd place in the entrance exam. What was your best softball throw in junior high? Bakugo. 67 meters. Aizawa. Now try to do it with your quirk. He threw a softball to Bakugo, who stood in a circle. As long as you stay in the circle, anything goes. Bakugo. Alright. You asked for it. He did some stretching. I'll just use a small explosion. That'll show everyone who's boss around here. He gave a smug smile. Die. He used his quirk to throw the ball. Izuku, die? Aizawa. Everyone here needs to know what your limit is. Once the ball landed on the ground, Aizawa's phone was registering the data. Aizawa. It's the most rational way to think like a pro hero. He showed Bakugo's score. 705.2 meters. 705.2 meters? Holy crap, that's a lot! This was Denki Kaminari, a boy with yellow hair with a black stroke resembling a lightning bolt. And we're going to get to use our quirks, this is going to be so fun! This was Mina Ashido, a girl with pink skin, black scara and yellow irises. Her face is framed by short fluffy, curly pink hair. She has 2 thin pale yellow horns on her head, curved into a hook shape. I like it, this is going to be awesome. This was Hantasiro, a boy with elbows shaped like tape dispensers. Soon, Aizawa was starting to get annoyed. Aizawa. You think this will be fun? You all have 3 years to become heroes, and you think this will be fun? He suddenly smiled. Today, you will have 8 physical tests, and whoever is in last place will be expelled. His words made the class shocked. Izuku, expulsion on the first day? And 8 physical tests? Aizawa, we are free to do whatever we want with our students. Hee, welcome to the hero course. Ochako, you can't send one of us home. It's the first day, it's not fair. Aizawa, then what about natural disasters, do you think those are fair? He quickly answered. Or power-hungry villains, catastrophic accidents? The world is full of injustice. And it's our job to face those injustices. So come on, show me what you can do. Tenya, I don't approve of this, but UA is the best school. I don't have a choice. Bakugo, I'm just warning up. Take a good look, Deku. Aizawa, we're wasting time now. Let's get this started. Insert soundtrack. Takahide Koko Boku no Hero soundtrack. Test 150-meter run. 2 students would run while a robot records the time. The test starts with Lita and a girl that has a very frog-like appearance. This is Tsuyu Ajui. Lita's time was 3.04 seconds, and Tsuyu's time was 5.58 seconds. Tenya, for 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear. Tenya lead a Quirk engine. He has a couple of engines on his calves, which lets him run very fast. Aizawa, he's in his element, but speed won't help him in every test. Ochako, I'll take the gravity off my clothes and shoes. Ochako Uraraka Quirk, 0 gravity. She is able to take gravity out of anything she touches, with help of the pads on each of her fingers. But once she uses too much, she gets quite nauseous. Once the race was over, a boy with a large tail got 5.49 seconds, while Ochako got 7.05 seconds. Ochako, well, at least it's better than junior high. Next was Mina Ashido and Yuga Aoyama. Aoyama, nice try everyone. But you're apparently not showing enough style. Seems to me that I have to show you how it's done. He turned around and jumped while his laser pushed him at high speed. Yuga Aoyama Quirk, naval laser. He is able to shoot a sparkly laser from his belly button, but he suddenly was losing speed and momentum and fell, giving Ashido the advantage as she passes him. Unfortunately, when he overuses it, he gets a stomach ache. Aoyama's time was 5.51 seconds. Aizawa, testing yourself to push your limits helps me to see how much you can improve. The last race was between Izuku and Bakugo. They got into position, and once the bullet fired, they ran. Izuku implanted one for all in his legs, gaining more speed. Bakugo used his explosions to gain speed, but it wasn't enough. Izuku's time was 3.74 seconds, and Bakugo's time was 4.13 seconds. Bakugo, how'd he do that? If he has a quirk, then he would have realized when he was 4 years old. As for Aizawa, he watched the races, especially Izuku. Aizawa, he's not going all out. Test 2, Strength Grip. Students would hold a machine to determine their strength. Zero. No way! You reached 540 kilograms. What are you, a gorilla or an octopus? He was praising a boy with a mask and multiple arms. Octopuses are hexy. This was Minoru Mineta, the shortest student of all with purple balls for hair. Izuku kept holding the machine, with the access of one for all. He didn't realize the machine was beeping rapidly until he heard a snap. He looked to see the machine in pieces. Izuku, oops, guess those weights from Cole were a bit too much. Whoa. Izuku turned around and saw a boy of average height, and impressive physique. He has red eyes and a small scar above his right eye. He has sharp teeth resembling a shark. His hair is bright red, spiked everywhere. This is Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima, you're really strong, man. Izuku, oh, why you too? Kirishima, I'm serious, that was seriously impressive, you gotta show me how to do that. Test 3, Long Jump. The students would jump a long distance on top of a sandbox. The students, like Aoyama, Bakugo, and Tsuyu did well in the test, even Izuku. Test 4, Side Jumps. Surprisingly, Mineta did the most well, as he used the balls on his head and bounced from side to side. Izuku, what a weird way to pass a test. End of soundtrack. Test 5, Ball Throw. The test was what Bakugo did in the beginning. Right now, it was Ochako's turn. She took the gravity off the ball and made it fly. The result of this was Class 1A. Infinity? Izuku, that was incredible. It was now Izuku's turn, but before he could walk to the circle, Aizawa called him. Aizawa. Midorya. Everyone caught his attention. Izuku. Yes? Aizawa. Can I ask you a question? Why have you been holding back this whole test? This made the class mutter in shock. But the teacher ignored them as he faced with Izuku. What they didn't know was that All Might was watching from afar. Aizawa. I saw what you did on the entrance exam. You gained some combat points, and came in first place because of the rescue points you made. So I'll ask again, why are you holding back? Izuku. My power, it's not that simple, sir. While yes, I can use my quirk, I don't have full control over it yet. And if I overuse it, I might break parts of my body. Aizawa. I see. So what you're saying is you're a risk? Izuku, excuse me. Aizawa. You're in UA now, Midorya. Here, we have passed our limits with everything. It's either that or you go home. No matter how powerful you are, if you can't control your power, then you're nothing but a risk on the field. I want to see your full potential. I'm not asking to not hurt yourself, I'm asking you to show your plus ultra. Do this or you're kicked out, got it? He threw a ball to the boy. Just don't hold back as much. He walked away. Izuku. Is Recovery Girl here? Aizawa stopped for a moment, and formed a small smile, knowing what that question was for. Aizawa. Yes, she is. Izuku, good. Insert soundtrack, Ben 10 Reboot Transformation Theme. Izuku went to the circle and thought about what to do. On one hand, he didn't want to break his R, on the other hand, he didn't want to let his teacher down. Suddenly, he had an idea. He got into position, accessed one for all, and brought the power to his right hand. Izuku. Ninjago. He used Spinjitsu to gain speed and momentum for 5 seconds. He then threw the ball with so much force that everyone covered their eyes because of the strong wind. Once the wind subdued, Aizawa looked at his phone and was satisfied with the result. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa. The teacher looked at the boy. Are you satisfied yet? He let out a smirk. Aizawa, this kid, he let out a weird smile and let out a silent chuckle. Episode 5, Show Me Your Strength. Sensei Wu, previously, on Izuku and the ninja. Tashinori. Anyway, congratulations on the approval. They high-five each other. Izuku. Thanks. I appreciate the help. It's because of you that I wouldn't have been here in the first place. Tashinori. Speaking of which, I want to tell you something. 1. I haven't told anyone from UA about our connection, and 2. I wasn't one of the judges, so all of those rescue points you got, that was all you. Izuku then bowed in thanks. Tashinori. Speaking of which, his comment caught Izuku's attention. How did it feel? To have a quirk, and being able to use it for the first time? Izuku. It was awesome. I felt so stronger, faster, more confident that I could do the things that I did. But at the same time, I still need to improve more. Cole. Since your classes start in April, we decided that you'll receive a new form of training. Izuku. New form of training? Who's going to teach me? I will. Everyone turned around to see Master Wu walking towards them. Wu. It's time for you to improve. Izuku swallowed hard before turning to his friends. He noticed that they had forced smiles, as if they were saying, good luck. Izuku freaked out a little, but soon endured. Izuku. Please, Master Wu. Teach me your ways. He bowed, making the old man smile. Wu. Of course. He turned around, but without the boy noticing, Wu quickly turned back around to his Izuku's feet with his staff, making the boy falling on his butt. Izuku. Ouch. Wu. Your training will begin tomorrow, I'll be waiting. He then left to the corridors. That day, Izuku noticed that all of his classmates were looking at weirdly. he ignored them. Before he could go to the bounty to train with Master Wu, he felt someone grab him by the collar of his shirt and threw him against the wall. To his surprise, it was Bakugo. Bakugo. Alright, what kind of trick did you use, huh? The only person who was supposed to go to UA from this damn school was ruined. And it's all your fault. Izuku didn't say anything. Bakugo. I warned you what would happen if you enrolled in UA. And now you're going to pay dearly. Bakugo was about to punch the green boy in the face, until he stopped his hand and gripped it tightly. Izuku. Listen here, I want to make this very, very clear. You are not my parent, much less my superior and much less than a god. I've met amazing people who believe in me. And now I have my change to get into UA and I'm not going to miss it. I don't care what you say or think anymore. Like it or not, you can't stop me, Bakugo. His voice sounding venomous and his eyes started to glow a little when he said the blonde's name. Izuku then pushed Bakugo away and continued on his way. Bakugo had a perplexed look on his face. Aizawa. It took all of you 8 seconds to be quiet. I hope this doesn't happen again. Izuku, is this guy a pro hero? He looks like he hasn't slept in a while. Aizawa. I'm your teacher, Shota Aizawa. A pleasure to meet you. Everyone, he's our teacher? Izuku, he's our teacher? Aizawa. I know it's sudden, but out this on and go to the courtyard. He pulled out a UA sports uniform. Aizawa then left without a word. Class 1A? A Quirk assessment test? They were all in shock. Ochako. But what about orientation? Aizawa. If you all want to be heroes, then you can't waste time with useless events. The class was shocked by their teacher's words. Here at UA we're not bound by tradition, that's how I run my class. You've taken these tests most of your life already, but you've never used your quirks before. He took his phone and showed a list of 8 things. The country still thinks that we are being equal by not allowing people with quirks to participate. That isn't rational at all. The Ministry of Education is outdated. Soon, Aizawa was starting to get annoyed. Aizawa. You think this will be fun? You all have 3 years to become heroes, and you think this will be fun? He suddenly smiled. Today, you will have 8 physical tests, and whoever is in last place will be expelled. His words made the class shocked. Izuku, expulsion on the first day? And 8 physical tests? Aizawa. We are free to do whatever we want with our students. Hee, welcome to the hero course. The last race was between Izuku and Bakugo. They got into position, and once the bullet fired, they ran. Izuku implanted one for all in his legs, gaining more speed. Bakugo used his explosions to gain speed, but it wasn't enough. Izuku's time was 3.74 seconds, and Bakugo's time was 4.13 seconds. Bakugo, how'd he do that? If he has a quirk, then he would have realized when he was 4 years old. As for Aizawa, he watched the races, especially Izuku. Aizawa, he's not going all out. Izuku kept holding the machine, with the access of one for all. He didn't realize the machine was beeping rapidly until he heard a snap. He looked to see the machine in pieces. Izuku, oops, guess those weights from coal were a bit too much. Aizawa. Why are you holding back? Izuku. My power, it's not that simple, sir. While yes, I can use my quirk, I don't have full control over it yet. And if I overuse it, I might break parts of my body. Aizawa. I see. So what you're saying is you're a risk? Izuku, excuse me. Aizawa. You're in UA Midorya. Here, we have passed our limits with everything. It's either that or you go home. No matter how powerful you are, if you can't control your power, then you're nothing but a risk on the field. I want to see your full potential. I'm not asking to not hurt yourself, I'm asking you to show your plus ultra. Do this and you're kicked out, got it? Aizawa threw a ball to the boy. Aizawa. Just don't hold back as much. He walked away. Izuku. Is Recovery Girl here? Aizawa stopped for a moment, and made a small smile, knowing what that question was for. Aizawa. Yes, she is. Izuku, good. Izuku. Ninjago. He used Spinjitsu to gain speed and momentum for 5 seconds. He then threw the ball with so much force that everyone covered their eyes because of the strong wind. Once the wind subdued, Aizawa looked at his phone and was satisfied with the result. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa. The teacher looked at the boy. Are you satisfied yet? He let out a smirk. Aizawa, this kid, he let out a weird smile. Izuku Midorya throw result. 1050.25 meters. End of soundtrack, end 019. Start opening soundtrack, The Weekend Whip, start 3 o'clock. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The screen then blew fire as Kai appeared raising his sword, then looked at the readers while doing Spinjitsu. Once he finished, his mask was removed with a name next to him spelling out, Kai. Pretend he's wearing his Season 5 outfit. Then we'll jump back to it again. The scene then changes to blue as Jay appeared as he pulled out his nunchucks, then doing Spinjitsu. When he finished, his mask came off with the name, Jay, also appearing next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 8 to 10 design. Ninjago. Ninjago. Come on, come on. The scene then goes all white with ice appearing with Zane jumping while spinning his shurikens, then do Spinjitsu. Once he's done, his mask comes off, showing his robotic face with the name, Zane, showing up next to him. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit with his Season 4 to 7 design. And do the Weekend Whip. The scene then turns grayish-black as Cole jumps down while slamming his hammer, causing the floor to crack, and does Spinjitsu. As soon as he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Cole, appearing. Imagine he's in his Season 5 outfit. Ninjago. Ninjago. The scene goes white again with Wu twirling around with his staff a bit before he pointed his staff to the readers with the name, Sensei Wu, appearing in front of him. Come on, come on, come on. And do the Weekend Whip. The scene then goes green with Izuku in his ninja outfit, while performing his elemental power, then does Spinjitsu. When he finishes, his mask comes off with the name, Izuku, appearing. And do the Weekend Whip. Jump up, kick back, whip around and spin. The scene goes blue for the last time with Izuku, the ninja, and Wu looking at the readers with smiles on their faces. Sensei Wu, Episode 5, Show Me Your Strength. After finishing his little show, and Aizawa showing the results of his throw, Izuku looked back to see his classmates being very impressed. Kaminari. He just made it over 900 meters. His eyes popped out of their sockets in a cartoony way. Uraraka. That was awesome. Lida. That is very interesting. In the exam, his arm became broken. Now, his hand is only bruised and swollen. Midoriya's quirk is quite peculiar indeed, he muttered while placing his right hand on his chin. Aoyama. It wasn't a very stylish throw. He turned his head to the side, with his face holding a look of dissatisfaction. While some of the classmates were impressed and shocked Izuku's performance, Bakugo only became more pissed off than before. Bakugo, no, that's impossible. People only get their quirks at 4 years old. It doesn't make sense. His hands were beginning to release small explosions. How? He muttered quietly. Izuku. Huh? He turned to see who asked the question. Bakugo. Tell me. He used his explosions to launch himself towards Izuku. How'd you get first place? Where'd you get that kind of power? Tell me now, you damn Deku. Izuku, what the hell? He immediately got in a defensive position. But before the green boy could do anything, Bakugo was suddenly held by a bunch of cloths. They both looked to see Aizawa holding the cloths, whose hair was also floating and his pupils were red with anger. Aizawa. You better behave yourself if you don't want to suffer the consequences. Bakugo tried to escape Aizawa's cloth. But when he tried to break free out of the long scarf, he couldn't budge. Bakugo. What the hell? Why is this cloth so damn hard? Aizawa. Because this kind of cloth is a capture weapon, made of carbon fiber interwoven with metal wire of a special metal alloy. Like I said, you better behave yourself under my presence. Now stop acting like a little brat because Midoriya got a better score than you. Bakugo continued to struggle to free himself, even going as far as using his quirk. But not even his quirk was working. Izuku kept looking at his teacher, now noticing a pair of goggles around his neck. Izuku. Mr. Aizawa, those goggles on your neck, why you're the eraser hero, Eraserhead. Aren't you? His classmates began to talk amongst themselves about Eraserhead. While some knew the underground hero, others didn't. Aizawa. I think you're observant enough to know. And you brats better not force me to use my quirk all the time, my eyes get dry quickly. He then deactivated his quirk, and released Bakugo from his cloth. We're already wasting time. Midorya, can your hand hold on until the end of the test? The green boy nodded in response. Good. After the results are shown, you can go to Recovery Girl. For a moment, Izuku took a glance at Bakugo with a stern look on his face, before walking over to his classmates and continuing the other tests. Bakugo stood there looking very angry, only glaring at Izuku, who was talking to Uraraka, who looked worried for the broccoli boy's hand. Bakugo, up until now, you were nothing. Just another damn pebble in my way, like all the other pebbles I walked all over. I promise you this, Deku. I'm gonna make sure you know your place in this world, you damn nerd. The rest of the tests were rather easy for Izuku. Except in the long-distance race, where he lost to Lita, due to his quirk, and where he tied against a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu, who was riding a bicycle. Once the students finished the rest of the tests, Aizawa came back with the test results. Aizawa. Alright, the total is the sum of the grades you got on each test. Since it would be a waste of time showing your results one at a time, I'll show you all the results at once. The teacher then clicked a button on his phone, making a blue hologram projection appear with the students' scores from highest to lowest. The highest to lowest scores were 1. Izuku Midorya, 2. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3. Shoto Todoroki, 4. Katsuki Bakugo, 5. Tenya 6. Fumikage Tokoemi, 7. Mizo Shoji, 8. Mashireo Ojiro, 9. Eijiro Kurishima, 10. Mina Ishido, 11. Ochako Uraraka, 12. Koji Koda, 13. Rikido Sato, 14. Tsuyu Ajiri, 15. Yuga Aoyama, 16. Hanta Siro, 17. Electric Guard, 18. Kyokajiro, 19. Toru Hagakure, 20. Minoru Mineta. Izuku subconsciously slightly smiled and sighed in surprise. Out of all the placements, he didn't expect to be in first again. Izuku, holy crap! I got first place again? This has got to be some sort of miracle. He stopped his silent celebration to look at the name in last place. Although, I kind of feel bad for this Mineta person. Mineta. I can't be. Izuku turned around to see the little dwarf with purple balls on his head. I'm getting kicked out on the first day. But I didn't even get a girl to like me yet. He fell on the ground while his eyes were tearing up of blood. Izuku, whoa, what the hell? How is he crying blood? Instead of trying to consult the midget, Izuku thought it would be better if he just silently walked away. Aizawa. Oh, and by the way, I lied about the expulsion. The students slowly looked at his with deadpan looks on their faces. It was all just a trick to get you to go all out on the tests. He then made, if not, the freakiest smile anyone had seen. Everyone. What? Momo. Come to think of it, it should have been pretty obvious he was lying. Jiro Mineta Kaminari, you could have said that in the beginning. Siro. Damn, that was intense, don't you think? He turned to Kirishima. Kirishima. Ah, whatever. I'll accept a challenge any time. Aizawa. With that, we're done here. There are curriculum handouts in the classroom. When you get back, check them out. He walked towards Izuku with a sheet of paper in his hand. Midorya, you can go to Recovery Girl. Tomorrow we will have another test, so be ready. We can't let you go home with your hand like this. Izuku was handed the piece of paper, and began to walk to the nurse. As Aizawa was about to enter the building, he rounded the corner of the building and was confronted by a certain blonde, buff hero. Almight. Aizawa, you there? Aizawa. Hello, Almight. You were watching the tests, were you? Did you have enough free time today? Almight. Ha! Funny joke, but April Fool's was last week. I did my research, you expelled an entire first-year class last year. You cut off the ones you think have no potential. For someone like you, who went back on your own words, means you felt it too, right? Young Midoriya's potential. Aizawa. You seem to be very supportive of him, specifically. Don't you think it's too early for favoritism for your first day? All Might only silently shuddered at his mistake. All Might, shit! I need to be more careful when talking about young Midoriya to the other teachers. He then left, leaving All Might alone. All Might. I'm starting to see why we don't get along very much. A few hours later. Front of UA High. Classes had now ended for the first day at UA. Many of the students were beginning to leave the front gates as they talked about their first day experiences. But for Izuku, although he was walking home too, his face held a very tiresome expression. He met with Recovery Girl earlier, who took care of his injured hand. The only problem was that his stamina was taken away. The green boy kept walking until he felt his shoulder gain a large amount of weight. He turned over and saw Ida behind him with his hand on his shoulder. Izuku. Oh, hey Ida. Ida. How's your hand? Izuku. It's alright, thanks to Recovery Girl. He showed his bandaged hand. Ida. I see. Are you heading towards the station as well? Let me accompany you. Izuku. Really alright if you insist. As the two began to walk towards the station, Izuku took a glance at his bandaged hand. Izuku, I need to hurry and control one for all more. Ida. Mr. Aizawa tricked us. I never thought that a teacher would to his students. All that just to encourage us. Izuku. Yeah, I was surprised too. But what matters now is that no one got expelled and that we should take Mr. Aizawa seriously from now on. Ida. Yes, of course. You know, you surprised me too, Midoriya. Izuku. I did. Ida. Yes. Your quirk is quite strange. Even though you didn't have much control over it, you managed to come in first place. Izuku. Oh, come on. I didn't do well on all of the tests. Hey, you guys! The two heard a familiar voice shouting behind them. They turned around and saw Uraraka running at them. Uraraka. Hey, you too! Are you going to the station too? Wait for me. Izuku. Uraraka? Ida. You're the girl that reached infinity. The green boy silently chucked at Ida's choice of words, deciding today the rest. Izuku, and beyond, he quietly said. Ida. Did you say something? Izuku. Huh? What's wrong? Did you say something? I didn't say anything. He retaliated. Uraraka. Anyway. You're Tenya Ida, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Ochako Uraraka. She then turned to Izuku. I was looking for you, Deku. Izuku. Really? Sorry, I was kind of in a hurry. He scratched the side of his head. Uraraka. It's alright, we can go to the station together now. Ida. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but what is this Deku name you speak of? Izuku. Oh, yeah? We'll explain on the way. Now come on, we're gonna lose our ride. The three teens began to walk towards the station. Uraraka was explaining to Ida, and Izuku was entering his world of thoughts. Izuku, this is amazing. My life is finally starting to change. All because of All Might and the ninja. I may have a lot to work on still, but I'm glad that I'll have some friends to help me along the way. Destiny's Bounty. In the sleeping corridors of the hidden pirate ship, Kai was on his bed with his phone, seemingly talking to someone. Kai. So, how are things back home without us? The city is doing alright. Still as bright and alive as you guys left, although the place has become a little quieter than before. Only some minor criminals, like thieves or robbers. Honestly, the other elemental masters and I are starting to get a little bored. But my noodle business has been thriving because of it, so that's a plus. A voice of a girl could be heard chuckling. So, how have things been over there? Kai. Still nothing. He grumbled. Ever since we stopped that truck a while back, There hasn't been any public activity from any smugglers carrying Vengestone or the Crystal Council. They've become like us, sneaky, planning in the shadows. And with enough Vengestone, they'll be able to defeat us. Hey, don't talk like that. Besides, they don't have everything. Kai. Oh, yeah? And what's that? You have a buck-ton of backup over here. Just say the word, and we'll be there. Kai. Thanks, Skylar. Just be careful over there. Skylar. I know, it's just I miss you, hot tamale. The tone of her voice changed to that of a flirt. The red ninja sighed dreamily in his mind. Kai. Yeah, I miss you too. Skylar. Oh, really? Do you miss me, or do you just miss the noodles? She playfully asked. Kai chuckled a bit by Skylar's joke. Kai. I mean, I could go for a bowl, he said in a jokily tone. Skylar playfully scoffed. Skylar. Oh, really? Well then, I'm sure you can get yourself a bowl while you're over there. Kai. Whoa, 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 let's not be too hasty. Your noodles are the only ones I'll ever eat. Skylar chuckled a little, which then turned into a full-blown laughter. Kai warmly smiled hearing Skylar laugh. Soon, Skylar's laugh began to dissolve. Skylar. But seriously, you guys be careful. Kai. We will, I'll call you later, see you soon. He hung up his phone and sighed dreamily. Suddenly, he heard a snort coming from behind. Confused, Kai turned around to see his team staring at him with smiles. What? Immediately, his team began to laugh uncontrollably. Some even started to fall down and clutching their stomachs. Cole. See, I told you he was just a teddy bear as well. She smirked as her brother was exposing his soft side. Jay. You were right. He's just a really big teddy bear. He clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. Cole. Hey Zane. Please tell me if you could email Izuku about this? Zane only let out a small smirk and lit up his eyes. Knowing what the Nindroid was doing, Kai quickly retaliated. Kai, whoa! Hold on there. We don't have to tell Izuku about this. Jay. And why is that? You don't want Izuku to know that you're just a big softy? He playfully teased the red ninja. Kai. Alright, look. If you don't send an email, I'll do the rest of your chores for the rest of the week, no, rest of the month. Please. Jay only stared at Kai with a mischievous smile. He put his right hand on his chin, thinking on what to do with Kai. Jay. Nah, Zane, do it. The Nindrid's eyes lit up again, and in fear, Kai pounced on Zane. Kai. No. Outside of their sleeping quarters, Wu had his back against the wall and silently snickered at his students' antics. The next day. It's been the second day at UA High. So far, it's been going quite well for Izuku. He took his classes like the rest of the students. He took English class with Present Mike. For many of the students it was boring, but the green-haired boy was alright with it. In lunch at the cafeteria, he had the pleasure of eating Lunch Rush's food. But later, things were beginning to get very interesting. Almight, loud steps could be heard outside of the classroom. Each step was getting closer and more louder. Almight then walked through the door with his hero costume and, walking through the door like a normal person. Almost the entire class was exhilarated to see the number one hero. Kaminari. I can't, it's Almight. He really is here. Kirishima. So he is our teacher. This is going to be awesome. Tsuyu. Isn't that the Silver Age costume? Ojiro. His style gives me goosebumps. Almight. Welcome to the most important class here at UA. Here you will all learn the basics of being a pro and learn to fight in the of heroism. Today's lesson is Combat Train. He pulled out a card saying Combat on it, showing it to the class. Bakugu Combat. His smile was sinister. Izuku Training. Almight. And one of the most important things about a hero is this. He pointed to the wall, with suitcases with numbers on them coming out. Your costumes were made from your Quirk records and requests were made before the beginning of the school year. Now get dressed and meet me at Ground Beta. Class 1A. Yes, sir. The entire class went to the wall and grabbed their suitcases. Ground Beta. Almight was seen standing on the street in front of the exit. Soon, multiple footsteps could be heard echoing out of the tunnel behind. The number 1 hero turned around to see his new students in each of their hero costumes. Almight. People say that costumes are part of a hero, young students. You are proof of that now. Take it seriously, because you are all now heroes in training. Almight. You all look amazing. Now then, let's get started. Flashback 3 weeks ago. Midorya household. At the Midorya household, Izuku was sitting in his living room with a pack of papers, his notebook on the table, and was talking to All Might through his phone. Tashinori. The Quirk record? You can just update your record. Izuku. Really? It's that easy? Tashinori. Of course, everyone makes a record when they first enter school. You can just update records once or twice. In fact, I think Inko. I'm here. The boy's mother suddenly walked in the house. Izuku panicked and accidentally hung up on All Might, making his face pale. Izuku, oh my god. I hung up on All Might. Izuku quickly changed the look on his face and walked to his mother. Hey mom! Inko. Oh Izuku, you're here. Just in time, I wanted to show you something. Izuku. What is it? Inko sighed deeply and went into her bedroom. Raising his eyebrow, Izuku heard some drawers opening and closing in her mother's room. Inko came back with a long black suitcase. Inko. I was trying to get you something for your acceptance at UA, and I just wanted you to defend yourself from bad people. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything available except this. The older woman opened the case, revealing a silver dowel blade. The hilt is green in color, as well as the grip being wrapped in a green bandage of some sort. Inko. Your father's old dowel blade. Her voice lowered in sadness at the mention of her late husband. Izuku's eyes widened with shock and curiosity. He never once seen this weapon in his home, including his mother's bedroom. Where did she how did she hide it? Izuku would have thought his family would have such a weapon like this, especially one that looked so old and dusty. Izuku. Dad's dowel blade? Inko. He always wanted to give this to you when you got older. Of course, I completely rejected that idea. She let out a silent chuckle. He said that this blade was given to him by a very old friend, and wished to pass it down as an heirloom. She very carefully picked up the blade and moved it towards her son. Izuku hesitantly raised his arms, and picked up blade with extreme delicacy. And Izuku, I wanted to apologize to you. Izuku. Apologize? For what? Inko. Even though you were diagnosed as Quirkless, you still held on to that dream of becoming a hero. And I was afraid that something might happen to you, like... She refrained herself from saying her husband's name, with tears forming in Inko's eyes. I know I haven't looked like I've been supporting you, but I just wanted to say... Inko raised her head, with tears falling out of her face. I'm sorry! I'm so sorry for everything, Izuku! I'll support you to the very end! With tears coming out of Izuku's face, he carefully placed the blade out of his hands, and hugged her mother. The boy smiled greatly, thanking God for giving him the best mother of the world. End of flashback. In the tunnel, only one pair of footsteps could be heard. As the person was running, sunlight began to reveal the person. Legs covered in green clothing, their back had a case for a blade, their shoulders were covered in silver shoulder pads, making the sunlight reflect the person's body more. Flashback 3 weeks ago. Destiny's Bounty. On the former abandoned pirate ship now turned ninja headquarters, Izuku had arrived on a call from Zane. It was something about Master Wu wanting to talk to him about something. Zane. Izuku, you're here. Izuku, hey, I got your call. What did Master Wu want to talk about? Zane. We do not know, he only wishes to speak to you. He's in his sleeping quarters downstairs. Izuku went downstairs and found the elderly master meditating. Not wanting to interrupt, the boy tiptoed inside the room, without making Wu aware of his presence. But the wooden floor creaked as Izuku stepped his foot down, making Wu's eyes open. Wu. Oh, Izuku. There you are. He got up from the floor. Izuku. Oh, Master Wu. My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt your meditating. I can wait for a few minutes if you want to dash. Woo. It's alright, Izuku. Izuku. But anyway, Zane told me you wanted to speak to me. Woo. Yes. You see, Izuku. It is true of what I said a while back, you remind me too much like Lloyd. The old man's smile lowered. Having a troubled past, but with the help that you needed, you both managed to walk the path of good. Izuku smiled warmly. Which is why I wanted to give you this. Wu walked to a cabinet and opened it. Inside was a ninja suit in green coloring. Izuku widened his eyes in shock, knowing what the old man was holding. Izuku, no, it couldn't be. Is that? Wu. Yes. Lloyd's old ninja suit. I would like you to have it. Izuku was greatly conflicted. On one hand, he would be honored to wear the suit of such a great warrior. But on the other hand, he didn't feel like he deserved the suit. And the fact that Izuku didn't want to disrespect a dead person by wearing his old clothing. Izuku. I am honored that you would want me to wear this, but I can't accept this. I don't deserve this. The boy began to ramble on about how he wasn't worthy of Lloyd's suit. Wu sighed, grabbed his wooden staff and bonked Izuku on the head. Oh. Wu, Izuku, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. You of all people are worthy of this suit. Worthy of being a hero even. It takes honor, bravery, strength, and courage to be a hero, to wear this suit. Izuku. I don't know. Wu. Please, Izuku. Do it for Lloyd, honor him. While Wu and Izuku were in the room, the other ninja were right behind the door awaiting for Izuku's answer. Knowing that whatever Izuku decided, they would support it. End of flashback. One more person had came out of the tunnel, showing their costume in all of its glory. The costume consists of a green ninja-like suit. The face is covered in a green mask, leaving only the eyes visible. On the mask is a shiny silver three-pronged crown-like object. He wears a green tunic that is adorned with a pattern of silver studs running along the chest, down to the knees. The hands are covered with a pair of black gloves. A forest green belt is wrapped along the waist with a silver buckle. The shoulders are equipped with a pair of dark gray shoulder pads. On the lower body, the silver studs appear up to the knees. The footwear consists of a pair of green jikatabi. This person was Izuku Midorya. And this was his hero costume. Izuku, this will be my costume. To honor Lloyd. Uraraka. Deku? She looked quite impressed with the boy's appearance. Izuku. Oh, hey Uraraka. He blushed furiously at the girl's outfit. Uraraka. Your costume is so awesome. You look so cool. Like a ninja or something. Her eyes formed stars in amazement. Izuku. Thanks. His face became more red at the girl's compliments. So, is this your costume? Uraraka's costume consists of a black, full-body suit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, 2 black semi-spheres on her chest, 2 pink stripes starting at her midsection, a deep choker, and 2-toned pink sleeves with cuffs. It also has matching pale and deep pink-colored accessories, such as round gauntlets with handles, chunky knee-high boots with deep pink soles and gray heels, and a 2-piece belt with a round buckle. On her head is a matching headgear with a tinted visor. However, the costume itself looked pretty tight. Uraraka. Why yeah. I forgot to describe what I wanted for my costume, so my outfit turned out to be a little tight. She scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Izuku, whoa, why and how does she look so pretty in that outfit? Cute even. That outfit really matches her DOH. Damn it, Izuku. Don't be a pervert. Don't be a pervert. Don't be a pervert. Uraraka. It's pretty embarrassing. I don't think it's a good look on me. Izuku. What are talking about? You look great. In fact, I think you look really cute. Izuku's face slowly went pale at what he just said. But instead of getting called a creep, he got this response. Uraraka. Really? Thanks, Deku. She smiled with a prominent blush on her face, liking the boy's compliment. Izuku. You're welcome. He let out an anxious-looking smile. My Netta. The hero course is the best. He whispered to himself, while giving himself a thumbs up. Izuku heard the midget and turned to him with a raised eyebrow. Almight caught a glimpse of Izuku's costume and smiled, silently approving the costume. Almight, well, that's good, he's not trying to copy my look. Just being himself. Although, didn't really think he would go with the ninja look. Now that you're all ready, it is time for combat training. Just then, an arm covered in armor was raised. The individual's costume consists of a dark blue one-piece suit with a high collar, which is over various pieces of armor, all in a pale silver, including a chest plate, a metal collar around the neck and another around the upper arm, and metal vambraces expanding past the elbows pointed at the ends. The head is entirely covered in a helmet. It has a sharp beaver full of holes, and its upper piece rounded over the head with two larger holes on either side, two curved horns just behind and a single spike sticking out of the back of the head. On the feet, the person is wearing silver knee-high boots with gold accessories. Around the torso, there are 3 thick metal pipes, attached with a blue band. The person inside this set of armor was Tenya Ida. Ida. Sir! Izuku turned to the armored man in amazement. Izuku, is that Ida in there? Wow, he looks like a knight. Ida. This is a fake city like that from the entrance exam. Does this mean we'll do urban battles again? Almight. No, we'll be taking 2 steps forward. He raised 2 of his fingers. In most fights that you see on the news, most fights take place outside. However, the most despicable villains take their fights inside. Think about it, backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Trust, it is the smart villains that lurk in the shadows. For this training exercise today, you will be split into groups of heroes and villains, as well as fighting in 2-on-2 matches. Tsuyu. Isn't this a little advanced? We don't really have the basic training. She turned her head confusingly. Almight. The best training you'll get is on the battlefield. But remember, you're not fighting robots this time. You're going up against real humans. Now, any questions before we begin? Momo. Sir, will you be deciding who will win? Bakugo. How much can we hurt the other team? Uraraka. Do we need to worry if the loser will be expelled? Ida. How will you decide who will be the heroes or the villains? Aoyama. Does this cape look great on me? His glasses sparkled. Almight. Hold on. Hold on. I'll answer your questions. He grabbed a tiny stack of paper and began to read it. Listen! Izuku, is that a script? Almight. This is the situation. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the heroes must either capture the villains or get the nuke just in time. Likewise, they will succeed by protecting their weapon in time or they capture the heroes. Izuku, wow, that just screams American action. Under the mask, Izuku had a deadpan look on his face. Almight. The teams will be drawn in this box. He pulled out a yellow box from seemingly out of nowhere. Ida. Isn't there a better way to decide? Izuku. Hold on, just think about it. Heroes often team up with other heroes from other agencies in a place like this. That way, we'll be able to learn to work with different heroes. Ida. Yes, I see. Life is a series of random and unfortunate events. Excuse me for my rudeness. He bowed. Almight. No problem. Now, let's draw the teams. Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka. Team B, Todoroki and Shoji. Team C, Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Team D, Ida and Bakugo. Team E, Ishido and Aoyama. Team F, Koda and Sato. Team G, Kaminari and Jiro. Team H, Tokoyami and Ajiri. Team I, Ojiro and Hagakure. Team K, Siro and Kirishima. Uraraka. Wow! What a coincidence, we're a Team Deku! Her eyes beamed in happiness. Izuku. I know, right? On the outside, Izuku looked happy. On the inside, he was battling his very will not to have a panic attack and pass out. Calm down, Izuku. Calm down, Izuku. Just make a good impression. No pressure at all. He removed the mask revealing his sweaty face. Almight. The first teams that will face each other will be these one. He revealed 2 balls with the letters A and D on them. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Izuku quickly worried about his fight. In a few minutes, he looked to the side and saw Bakugo looking at him with a furious look, making Izuku's back shiver. Izuku's body began to shake uncontrollably. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, and looked at Bakugo with an intimidating look now. Bakugo looked shocked, but then quickly went back to his angry look. All Might. All right. Villains, you enter the building and begin preparations. You have 5 minutes until the heroes are released and the battle begins. Izuku Uraraka Ida. Yes, sir. All Might. Young Ida, young Bakugo. The key of this challenge is to embody the villainy. Think from the perspective of a true villain. If things go too far, I'll interfere. Ida. Yes, sir. Insert soundtrack. Koba writes Jacobs Patrick Doyle, start 017. Bakugo was unfortunately not listening to all Might was saying. He was staring at Izuku like a cheetah looking at its prey. Izuku stopped and slowly looked at Bakugo, his hair covering his eyes. Bakugo was shocked that Izuku wasn't afraid of him anymore, making the blonde grind his teeth to the point where it looked like they were about to break, before entering the building. End of soundtrack, N043. Inside the building, Ida and Bakugo entered the room they were guarding. In the room was a large missile. Ida. Even though it's just training, it pains me to be aligned with such villainous behavior. He approached the bomb. So, this is the weapon we must protect. He tapped the bomb. Papier-mâché. Bakugo. Hey! Ida turned to the blonde, who was just staring at the door. Do you really think Deku has a quirk? Ida. You saw how he threw that ball. Especially with that strange tornado move he did. From what I've seen so far, his power can bruise his body, probably even break his bones in the process. Speaking of which, you seem to be very aggravated and more aggressive when it comes to Midorya. Do you two have a history together? Bakugo, all this time. For 10 bucking years he was tricking me? Trying to humiliate me by pretending to be a quirkless piece of trash? Was he laughing behind my back all these years? He slowly let out a sinister smile. Doesn't matter now. It won't matter, especially after roast that bucking nerd today. Outside the building. Outside, both Izuku and Uraraka were looking at the floor plan to see where the bomb would be hidden in. Uraraka. Do you think that they expect us to memorize the building's floor plan? It's so big. You know, All Might's just as cool in person as he is on TV. I'm glad he's not threatening us with some kind of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. We can rela. She stopped her little ramble when she saw Izuku having a serious look on his face. Hey Deku, you okay? Izuku. Oh yeah? Just thinking about our match with Ida and Bakugo. They're pretty powerful, so we should have our guard up. There's no telling what they'll do. Uraraka. Oh right, Bakugo. He's the one who's always making fun of you. Izuku. Yeah. Honestly, he's a real pain in the butt. I don't know why I haven't said that until right now. But his strength, his confidence, his ambition, and his quirk. They're all something that I can kind of respect. But that just means that I have to do better. He put his mask over his face. I refuse to lose today. Ochako was mesmerized by the boy's determination and smiled. Uraraka. So it's a fated battle between rivals? Izuku. I wouldn't say rivals. He whispered that last part to himself. All Might. All right. He screamed through the intercom. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D. Your time starts now. Monitoring room. The students and All Might were in a large room with a giant screen with multiple monitors at different camera angles. All Might. Pay attention, students. Think about what you would do in this situation. Young Midorya in this class, you're just another student. Not my successor. I wish you luck. Inside building. Izuku and Ochako jumped through an open window, entering the building. Uraraka. Just like that, we're in. Izuku. Careful, there's a lot of blind spots. They walked around to see if there was anyone or anything in the halls but saw nothing. It wasn't until a few minutes that Izuku completely stopped his tracks, making Uraraka bump into him. Uraraka. Wah dash! Izuku quickly raised his hand with his fist clenched, signaling for Uraraka to stop talking. He released his fist and put his finger in front of his mouth, signaling to be quiet. Izuku quietly took off his mask and leaned in to hear the noise. He heard a single sound, a silent crackling sound. Immediately, Bakugo appeared from the corner and aimed an explosion at them. Izuku. Look out! He grabbed Ochako and deflected the attack using Spinjitsu. Uraraka, you okay? Uraraka. I'm fine, thanks. What about you? Izuku. I'm fine. Another crackling noise was made. They turned and saw Bakugo with a look of fury. The blonde only glared at Izuku. Bakugo. What's the matter, Deku? Afraid to stand up and fight me? Izuku. Actually, I knew that you would come after me. Monitoring room. Mineta. Oh man. Bakugo jumped on them. Kirishima. A sneak attack, Bakugo? What kind of man pulls off some cheap crap like that? Almight. It's a good strategy. He's playing the part. Acting like a true villain. Mina. But it didn't work. Midoriya dodged it with that tornado move. Kaminari. Look. There he goes. Inside building. Bakugo. I won't hurt you so bad that they'll have to stop the fight. Just close. He aimed for another explosion. However, Izuku unexpectedly slid under Bakugo and grabbed his arm, catching the blonde off guard. Izuku twisted the arm and moved his body in a full 360 motion, with Bakugo over his shoulder, and slammed him to the ground. Monitoring room. Ojiro. Holy crap! What kind of move was that? He was amazed at Izuku's martial arts skills. Kirishima. Damn, that's some manly shit right there. He was impressed with Izuku's strength. Inside building. Izuku. You know what I've noticed, Bakugo? You always start with a right punch in a fight. I know that because I've been analyzing you for years. His ex-bully slowly got up and turned towards Izuku. I've analyzed all kinds of heroes, including you. Remember that notebook that you burned 10 months ago? You were in it. So guess what, you dumbass. Turns out, I do know you very well. Bakugo only glared at Izuku again, and his body began to visibly shake in anger. I'm not the same Deku anymore. That weak, defenseless kid you knew has changed. From here on out, Deku is the name of a hero. Unexpectedly, Izuku pounded his chest like a gorilla, taking the blonde aback. Now come and get me, motherbucker!
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.